Hey fam. This is Vision Harry. Today's story is gonna blow your mind. Pomfrey's emergency scan on Harry found 28 compulsion charms and Dumbledore arrested immediately. Show some love with a like and subscribe. Here we go. Chapter 1. The scan. The hospital wing smelled like dittany and something sharper underneath, antiseptic, almost clinical, and Harry had been staring at the ceiling long enough that he'd counted the stone blocks 3 times and come up with a different number each time. 41. Then 43. Then 39. He gave up on 43. His leg had stopped hurting somewhere around midnight, or what he assumed was midnight. The windows had gone black and the candles had burned low, and the only sound was the distant wind pushing against the castle walls like it had somewhere better to be. The rest of the hospital wing was empty. Everyone else had cleared out hours ago. The students who'd come to gawk at the Triwizard Champion who dragged a dead boy back across a graveyard, and then the teachers who'd come with tighter expressions and fewer words, and then finally Dumbledore, who had sat beside Harry's bed for 20 minutes saying nothing useful in many complete sentences. "I know this is difficult, Harry. Cedric's parents have been informed. You've shown extraordinary courage tonight." Harry had nodded through all of it and felt like he was watching himself from somewhere near the ceiling, a little to the left, detached from the boy in the bed who kept nodding and not crying and holding it all very carefully like a cup filled to the absolute brim. He was still holding it when Madame Pomfrey came back he checked the clock, just past 2 in the morning. She had changed out of her day robes into the plain grey she wore for night shifts, her hair pinned back with slightly more aggression than usual, and she was carrying a clipboard with a diagnostic chart half filled in. She'd done the standard scan when he came in, the quick one, the nothing's immediately killing you version, and now she had the look of someone who'd sat down at her desk, reviewed her notes, and found something that made her put her tea down very slowly. "You're still awake," she said. "Yeah." She pulled the chair to his bedside without being asked, sat down with her clipboard across her knees, and looked at him with the particular expression she reserved for conversations she didn't want to have but would have anyway, completely and without softening. "I need to run a full diagnostic scan, Harry. The comprehensive one. It takes about 20 minutes and it's not painful, you won't feel much of anything, in fact, but I need your explicit consent to do it, because it examines your entire magical core, not just surface injuries." Harry blinked. "You didn't do that already?" "I did the triage version. Field assessment." A brief pause. "Something in your baseline readings was irregular. I want to look properly." He almost asked irregular how, but she had the clipboard raised slightly in a gesture that clearly meant later, and he was tired enough that he just said, "Okay. Go ahead." She cast the diagnostic with her wand in a slow, sweeping motion, like she was drawing a door in the air above him. The spell settled over his body like warm water. He felt it on the surface of his skin, not unpleasant, almost the way sunlight felt when you'd been inside too long. Then it sank deeper, and he felt that less, and then he didn't feel anything at all except sleepy, and he was just thinking that he might actually get some rest for the first time in hours when he heard Madame Pomfrey make a sound. It was a very small sound. Controlled. The kind of sound a professional makes when they are working very hard not to make a larger sound. Harry opened his eyes. She was staring at the diagnostic chart, which had been filling itself in with magical notation, neat rows of glowing symbols that scrolled along the parchment in an orderly procession that Harry couldn't read. Her face was absolutely still in a way that, on Madame Pomfrey, meant something had gone terribly wrong. "What?" he said. "Don't move. Don't speak. I need to run the secondary confirmation." He didn't move. He didn't speak. He watched her run the secondary confirmation, which involved a different wand movement, slower, more precise, like she was tracing something that was already there. The diagnostic chart extended, a second page unfurling from the bottom of the first with a soft papery whisper. Madame Pomfrey stood up from her chair. She walked to the window and stood there for a moment with her back to him. Outside, the lake was a dark mirror. Harry could see one edge of it from the angle of his pillow. "Madame Pomfrey, one moment." Her voice was very quiet. Then, Harry. I need you to remain calm while I explain what I've found, and I need you to understand that what I'm about to tell you will likely make you want to not remain calm, and I'm asking you anyway because I need you present and thinking clearly for what happens next. He sat up properly. The Dittany had done its work on his leg and his ribs didn't pull the way they had earlier. He felt, if not good, then at least physically functional. Tell me. She turned from the window. She brought the diagnostic chart with her and she sat back down and she held it where he could see it, even though the symbols meant nothing to him. There are 28 compulsion charms embedded in your magical core, she said. They are layered, some are older than others, some are relatively recent, and some of them predate your enrollment at Hogwarts by years. Several predate your enrollment at Hogwarts by many years. A breath. At least 3 of them appear to have been placed before you were 5 years old. The room was very quiet. Compulsion charms, Harry said. The words didn't feel like language at first. They felt like pieces of something he hadn't assembled yet. They're not the crude variety, imperious leavings, coercive surface magic. These are subtle. Architectural. They're woven into the foundational layers of your magical core, which is why standard scans miss them. They read as native, as part of you, rather than external additions. She pointed to a cluster of symbols near the top of the chart. This grouping here affects magical instinct suppression. Essentially, when your magic responds to threat or emotion, there is a charm in place designed to limit the scope of that response. To contain it. To make it smaller than it would naturally be. Harry stared at the symbols. This one, her finger moved down the page, is a compliance modifier. It reinforces a tendency to defer to authority figures. To accept their framing of situations. To discount your own contrary instincts. She paused. This cluster here is worth noting because it appears specifically calibrated to a single individual. The charms in this group create an elevated trust response when you are in the presence of someone with a particular magical signature. Whose signature? Madame Pomfrey set the clipboard down on her knee. Her hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Only her eyes showed what this was costing her. Albus Dumbledore's. Harry didn't say anything for a long time. The castle shifted around them, some deep structural settling of ancient stone, the sound it made in the small hours when the magic that held it together breathed in and out. Harry had always found that sound comforting. He found, at this moment, that he was noticing it very analytically, the way you focus on small sensory details when the large ones are too much to hold. All of them, he finally said. What do all 28 of them do? I've catalogued what I can identify. Several I'll need a specialist cursebreaker to interpret fully, as they're in a dialect of charm work that predates modern classification. She lifted the chart again. But in summary, magical suppression, as I mentioned. Compliance with authority. Enhanced trust toward a specific individual. Emotional containment. There's a charm here that appears designed to reduce acute grief responses, to keep you functional rather than, she stopped briefly, rather than allowing you to process loss the way a person normally would. There are 3 charms that appear to affect self-perception. Self-worth. Your belief in your own competence and capability. Her voice tightened on those words just slightly. And there are 2 here that I find particularly troubling, which appear to have been placed very early, I would estimate in infancy, that affect your capacity to identify and respond to an unsafe environment. To recognize when you are being harmed. The silence stretched out until it had weight. The Dursleys, Harry said. His voice was entirely flat. I cannot confirm origin without a full investigation. But the timing is consistent with someone wanting me to stay there. He looked at her. Someone wanting me to not run away. Not fight back. Not recognize that what was happening to me was wrong enough to do something about. Madame Pomfrey met his eyes. She did not look away and she did not offer him a softer version. Yes, she said. That interpretation is consistent with what I'm reading. Harry pushed the blanket back and swung his legs over the side of the bed and sat on the edge of it, elbows on his knees, looking at the stone floor. He wasn't angry yet. He noticed that. He was in some anteroom before angry, some cold and very bright and very clear space, and everything in it was visible in precise detail. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now," said Madame Pomfrey, "I send an emergency notification to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Not to Dumbledore. Absolutely not to Dumbledore." There was iron in her voice that Harry had never heard before, or perhaps had never been allowed to notice before, and he thought distantly that this was what she sounded like when the management of her was not in effect. "Harry, what I have found constitutes a serious criminal offense under 17 separate statutes of magical law. The unauthorized placement of compulsion charms on a magical minor carries a minimum sentence of 10 years in Azkaban. The placement of 28 charms, on an infant, on the chosen subject of a prophecy, this is not a gray area. This is not ambiguous. I am a licensed Hogwarts medical practitioner, and what I am looking at on this chart is the most serious case of magical abuse I have encountered in 31 years of practice, and I am reporting it tonight." She stood up and walked to her office with the diagnostic chart held against her chest like she was protecting it. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and listened to the sounds she made, the cabinet opening, the scratch of a quill, the soft pop of a message sent by magical notification, and felt the cold bright clarity in him settle into something that would be, eventually, rage, but wasn't there yet. He thought about Dumbledore's voice. The particular cadence of it. The way it always sounded like the answer to whatever question you'd asked was also a reassurance about a different question entirely. The way it made you feel that whatever small concern you had was being held by very large, very competent hands. He had always trusted that voice. He had always, when it spoke, felt the specific warm certainty that whatever Dumbledore said was probably right and that Harry's own instincts to the contrary were probably wrong. "Of course you did," said something in his own mind, very dry. "You were charmed to." He picked up his glasses from the bedside table and put them on, and the world sharpened into edges. Madame Pomfrey came back from her office. "I've sent the notification. The duty DMLE officer will escalate it within the hour, given the nature of the case, given whose name is attached to the magical signature on these charms. I suspect it will reach the head of the department before morning." She looked at him. "Amelia Bones runs a clean office. She is not Fudge's creature. If anyone in that building is going to handle this correctly, it's her." "Will they actually arrest him?" Harry asked. He's Dumbledore. He committed a crime." Pomfrey's voice carried no ambiguity whatsoever. "Several dozen crimes, in fact." "Yes. They will arrest him." "What about the charms?" "They're still in place." "Yes. I didn't remove them. Removal is a specialist procedure, and doing it incorrectly could damage your magical core. We'll need a cursebreaker who specializes in layered enchantment removal, and we'll need time. But I need you to understand something." She sat back down. "Now that you know they're there, now that you are aware of the compliance mechanisms and the trust elevation charms specifically, they will have a reduced effect. Compulsion magic of this type relies partly on your cooperation with it, your unconscious acceptance of its framing. Awareness is not removal, but it is resistance." Harry nodded slowly. "Additionally," she said, "I want you to have a witness present. Someone you trust. Not a Hogwarts staff member. Given the circumstances, I will not ask you to trust any of us implicitly tonight, and frankly that is the correct instinct." She folded her hands. "Is there someone outside the school I can contact for you?" He didn't have to think about it. "Serious?" She nodded like she'd expected that. "I'll make the contact through official DMLE channels. Your godfather will be notified as part of the investigation anyway, and it gives him legal standing to be present. They'll find him. He's at." Harry paused. He didn't know exactly where Sirius was. He sent letters to a box number through a chain of untraceable owls. "I don't know exactly. The DMLE has methods. If anyone can locate him quickly, it's Amelia Bones. She stood again. You should try to sleep. I know that sounds absurd given what I've just told you, but your body has been through significant magical trauma tonight and the removal process, when we begin it, will require you at full strength. Harry looked at her. I'm not going to sleep. She looked at him. No, she agreed. I don't expect you will. She went to her office and left the door cracked and Harry could hear her moving, the scratch of more quills, the soft sounds of someone cataloging evidence with methodical fury. He lay back on the bed and stared at the stone ceiling and began, very quietly, very deliberately, in the cold bright room of himself, to think. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts at 4:17 in the morning. Harry heard her before he saw her, the crack of apparition somewhere near the front gates, then voices in the corridor, then the door to the hospital wing opening with the particular energy of someone who has been awake for 2 hours and is running on professional outrage and very strong tea. She was shorter than he'd expected. He'd built a picture of the head of the DMLE from references and descriptions, something imposing, and Amelia Bones was imposing, but she was imposing the way a well-maintained axe was imposing, in a functional, specific, entirely non-decorative way. She wore her DMLE robes with the ease of someone who had no relationship with ceremony. Her monocle was already in, and the eye behind it was taking in the hospital wing with the quick comprehensive assessment of someone who spent her life walking into rooms that contained crimes. She had 2 aurors with her. Harry recognized neither of them. They were both youngish, serious-faced, and positioned in the particular way of people who are there to do whatever they're told. Mr. Potter. She crossed to him with her hand already extended. He shook it. Her grip was firm and brief. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madame Pomfrey's notification reached me at 2:30. I've reviewed the preliminary diagnostic report and I have several questions for you, but before any of that, she glanced at Pomfrey, who was right behind her. I want to confirm that you are here of your own free will, that you have not been coerced into any statement, and that you understand you are not under any investigation yourself. You are a victim, Mr. Potter. In every legal sense of that word. He hadn't been called that before. Victim. He turned it over. It didn't sit entirely comfortably, there was a charm somewhere in his core, probably, that made sure it didn't, but he filed it and said, understood. Good. She sat, and her 2 aurors positioned themselves near the door and the window respectively with the practiced unobtrusiveness of furniture. Tell me, in your own words, what happened tonight. Not the Triwizard event, I have those reports. I mean, walk me through what Madame Pomfrey told you, your understanding of it, and your reaction. So Harry told her. He was surprised by how clearly he could lay it out, the scan, the chart, the 28 charms, the specific functions Pomfrey had identified, the one calibrated to Dumbledore's signature. He told it without emotional color, not because he didn't feel anything but because the cold bright room was still operative, still holding everything in clean lines, and the clarity of it was almost a relief after years of being reactive and confused and perpetually slightly off balance in ways he'd always blamed on himself. Bones listened without interrupting. She had a parchment roll that she was making notes on, quick abbreviated notation that she didn't look down to write. When he finished, she said, "How long have you trusted Dumbledore?" Harry blinked. Since he came to tell me I was a wizard. Since he's always been. He's Dumbledore. Everyone trusts Dumbledore. Do you trust him now? At this moment, knowing what you know? He thought about it honestly. Not about what the correct answer was, not about what was expected, he sat with the question and took the accurate inventory. Less, he said finally. I can feel the pull of it still. The instinct to assume he had reasons, good ones, reasons I'm not seeing. But underneath that, right now, no. I don't trust him. I'm angry, and I'm also aware that I've been managed my entire life and by someone I was chemically adjusted to adore, so. He paused. No. Right now I don't trust him. Bones made a note. That's an honest answer. I'm trying to give those. They're newer to me than I'd like. Something shifted at the corner of her mouth that wasn't quite a smile but was adjacent to one. Then it was gone. Mr. Potter. I want to be direct with you about what's about to happen, because I think you deserve directness and I suspect you've had a significant deficit of it. She set her parchment on her knee. I am going to leave this hospital wing within the next few minutes. I am going to go to wherever Albus Dumbledore is currently sleeping and I am going to arrest him on 17 charges, minimum, with more to follow pending the specialist analysis of your diagnostic chart. This will not be secret. It cannot be secret. An arrest of this profile, in this castle, at this hour, will be known about before morning regardless of what precautions we take, and I have found that transparency serves better than the attempt to contain news of this kind. What will people think happened? Some people will believe it immediately and entirely. Some will deny it and call it a ministry plot against a great man. Some will wait to see. She held his gaze. What they think doesn't change the evidence, Mr. Potter. What I have is a certified magical diagnostic chart from a licensed medical practitioner of 31 years' experience, identifying 28 compulsion charms with a specific magical signature. That is not interpretation. That is not politics. That is evidence. Harry looked at her. Fudge won't like this. No, she said pleasantly. He won't. She stood, tucking the parchment away. Fudge runs the ministry. He does not run my department. We had a conversation about this distinction last year and I believe the matter was settled. She was at the door when Harry said, "Where is he right now?" Dumbledore? According to the Hogwarts duty records, he is in his office. She paused without turning around. He went there directly after leaving your bedside. He has not left the castle. The image of that hit Harry in a way he hadn't expected, Dumbledore in his office with the portraits of former headmasters and the various spinning instruments and the ridiculous collection of small delicate things, sitting there in the aftermath of the graveyard, knowing what he'd done and what Harry now was and what the night contained. Sitting there in the specific way of someone waiting to see if the ground would hold. He knew you'd come, Harry said. Didn't he? When Pomfrey ran the full scan. He knew there was a risk it would show. Bones finally turned. She looked at him for a moment with the appraising expression of someone reassessing a quantity. I think that's possible, she said. Yes. Then why didn't he stop it? He could have come up with a reason to delay the scan. Harry gestured broadly, he's Dumbledore, he could have walked in here with some reason why tonight wasn't, perhaps he could have, she said. And he didn't. She let that sit. I'll leave the interpretation of that to people who understand him better than I do. She paused. Or perhaps you'll ask him yourself, once this is all a bit further along. Then she and her aurors were gone, and the hospital wing was quiet again, and Harry sat in the silence and thought about Dumbledore sitting in his office and not stopping the scan. He heard the arrest. He hadn't meant to. He'd meant to stay in the hospital wing and be sensible, but at 5 in the morning the body makes its own decisions and he'd gotten up quietly, pulled on his robes over the hospital pajamas, and padded out into the corridor with the particular skill of someone who had been navigating Hogwarts at night for 4 years. He didn't go far. He went to the staircase that overlooked the main corridor on the 3rd floor, where you could hear clearly what was happening on the floor below if the castle was as quiet as it was now, and he sat on the top step with his arms around his knees and listened. He heard Amelia Bones' voice first, crisp and carrying, reading a formal charge in the clipped cadences of official ministry Latin that resolved into plain English for each count. The words echoed off the stone. Unauthorized compulsion enchantment, magical minor, without consent of guardian, malicious magical interference with a protected person, abuse of position. He heard Dumbledore's voice too. And this was the thing that settled into the deepest part of the cold bright room in him and stayed there. Dumbledore didn't argue. He didn't deny. He didn't perform the outrage of the wrongly accused. He spoke briefly, in a voice that Harry had never heard from him before, quieter than usual, less shaped, and what he said was simply, "I assume there is a diagnostic chart." "There is," said Bones. A pause. "Then I won't insult everyone's time by pretending otherwise." The click of magic, restraining charms, probably, standard arrest procedure, and then footsteps, and then the particular silence of a room that a lot of people have just left in a hurry. Harry sat on the stairs for a long time after that. He was trying to identify what he felt about the fact that Dumbledore had not denied it, and what he found, underneath everything, underneath the rage that was finally starting to arrive in full, was something he could only describe as grief. Not for Dumbledore. Not really. But for the version of Dumbledore he'd carried around for 4 years, the one who was safely the wisest person in any room, the one who knew what Harry didn't and was keeping it in trust, the one who looked at Harry from across his enormous desk and made the world feel like it had a shape that a person could navigate. That Dumbledore was not this Dumbledore. That Dumbledore, Harry thought, might have been at least partly the product of 28 compulsion charms making sure Harry saw him that way. He pushed his glasses up and went back to the hospital wing. Pomfrey was waiting for him when he returned, with the particular expression of someone who had decided not to ask where he'd gone. "Sit," she said, and handed him a mug of something that smelled of honey and tasted of warmth and had something calming in it that he was too tired to object to. He sat. "Did it happen?" she asked. "Yeah." She sat down across from him. In the early morning quiet, without the professional armor of the triage version of herself, she looked tired and furious and something else, something that took him a moment to identify as guilt. "I should have run the full diagnostic sooner," she said. It wasn't directed at him particularly. It had the weight of something she'd been saying to herself since 2 in the morning. Every year. First year, when you came in with the troll injuries. Third year, when those dementors, I ran the standard triage. I ran the quick version. You didn't know to look, Harry said. That's exactly my point. I should have known to look. You came to this hospital wing every single year with injuries that were, she stopped. The pattern was there. I saw it every year and I filed it under dramatic circumstances and dangerous adventures and I didn't, she pressed her lips together. Madame Pomfrey. He said it with more steadiness than he felt because she needed it and the old habit of being steady for adults who were distressed was still in him, charm or no charm, and he'd examine that later. You found it now. She looked at him. The guilt didn't go anywhere but it shifted slightly. I did. Yes. Then that's what we work with. He drank the honey thing. What happens next? What's the actual sequence from here? She appreciated the directness of it, he could tell, the practical question after the emotional one, the what do we do instead of the isn't this terrible. She straightened slightly and picked up her clipboard. Today, we'll have a specialist from St. Mungo's arrive to assess the charms for safe removal. I've already sent for William Weasley, Harry blinked. Bill Weasley. Ron's brother. He's the most gifted curse-breaker Gringotts has produced in 20 years and he has full clearance for this type of case. He's also, I think, someone you know well enough not to treat as a stranger. She met his eyes. I chose him deliberately. Harry thought about Bill Weasley, tall, dragonfang earring, the easy confidence of someone who spent their time defusing ancient traps in dark tunnels. Okay, he said. Yeah. Good. The removal process will likely take several sessions. These charms are old and deep and doing it quickly risks backlash damage to your core. We'll be methodical. She made a note. I would also suggest, when this becomes public, and it is becoming public, or will be within hours, that you have legal representation. Not a ministry lawyer. Independent. I don't know any lawyers. I suspect Madame Bones has a recommendation. Pomfrey set the clipboard down. And your godfather is being located. He should be here by morning, I expect. Harry wrapped both hands around the mug and looked at the windows. The sky outside was lightning, that particular reluctant gray that came before dawn decided to commit. The castle was beginning to wake up, he could feel it in the walls, the way the magic of the building changed when the sleeping population started moving toward wakefulness, like a change in pressure. Somewhere in this castle, probably in the dungeons by now waiting for DMLE transport to London, Dumbledore had been arrested. In 3 or 4 hours, every student in Hogwarts would know something had happened. In 3 or 4 hours, Harry was going to have to be whatever he was going to be now, the version of himself that existed on this side of the knowledge of 28 compulsion charms, in front of all of them, without preparation, with whatever his actual face was and whatever his actual voice was, both of which he was still in the process of discovering. He drank the rest of the honey thing and put the mug down and noticed, distantly, that his hands weren't shaking. He thought about that. He'd had his hands shaken by quite a lot, over the years. The Dursleys. Voldemort in the forest in first year. The Basilisk. Dementors. The graveyard tonight, Cedric's body in the grass, Voldemort risen and glittering and calling him brave like it was something to be gotten over. His hands weren't shaking now. Not because the calm charm was still running, though it was. Not because of Pomfrey's honey drink, though that helped. He thought it was because, for the first time in his life, the worst possible thing was something he could see. It had edges. It had a name. And it was already, in the early dawn of a May morning, being handled by someone who was very good at handling terrible things. He wasn't alone with it. That was new. "Madame Pomfrey," he said. "Yes. Thank you. For running the full scan." She was quiet for a moment. "Thank you for consenting to it," she said finally. "You didn't have to. You were exhausted and traumatized and you could have told me it could wait until morning. But I didn't." "No." Something warm moved across her expression. "You didn't." Outside the windows the sky had moved from gray to the pale luminous not quite blue that came just before sunrise, and somewhere in the castle a clock chimed 5, and Harry Potter, with 28 compulsion charms still layered in his magical core like cobwebs in a room he'd never been allowed to properly enter, sat in the early morning light and started, for the first time, to think like himself. The knock on the hospital wing door came at 6:43. Pomfrey was in her office. Harry was sitting up in bed with his knees against his chest, not sleeping, when the knock came, not a student's knock, not a teacher's knock, but a specific knock he recognized instantly in the way you recognize a voice before you see the face. He was off the bed and at the door in seconds. Sirius Black looked terrible. He was wearing mismatched robes that looked like they'd been grabbed off a chair in the dark, his hair was loose around his shoulders, and there was wild travel-flushed color in his face that told Harry he'd been moving fast from somewhere far. He had his wand in his hand and his eyes were doing a rapid assessment of Harry the way they always did, the automatic catalogue of someone who'd spent too long worrying about this specific person's physical safety. Then his eyes found Harry's face and held there, and the assessment stopped. "Hey," Harry said. Sirius stepped forward and grabbed him into a hug that was more of a collision, arms tight around Harry's shoulders, the grip of someone who'd arrived expecting to find something much worse and was revising rapidly. Harry hugged back with both arms and for a moment neither of them said anything. When Sirius pulled back, he held Harry at arm's length, both hands on Harry's shoulders, and looked at him with an expression that was cycling through about 6 distinct emotions with the speed of someone who'd had a very eventful journey here. 28, Sirius said. His voice was not quite steady. "They told me 28. Yeah. How long?" "Some of them," he stopped. Started again. "How old were they, some of the old ones?" "Pomfrey thinks the oldest ones are from before I was 5. Sirius's jaw tightened. Not at Harry, he was still looking at Harry with the intensity of someone who needed to keep seeing him present and intact and standing, but the muscles in his jaw worked once, twice. "Before you were 5, he repeated quietly. "Yeah." Sirius let go of his shoulders and turned around and took 3 steps away and stood with his back to Harry and his hands in his hair. He was very still in a way that Sirius Black was almost never still. Harry let him have the moment. After about 30 seconds Sirius turned back around. His face had been reorganized into something deliberate, not calm exactly, not even close to calm, but operational. Functional. The face of someone who had decided to be useful. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Tell me everything." So Harry told him everything, for the second time that night, and this time the cold bright clarity in him had something different alongside it, something warmer, less alone, and when he got to the part about Dumbledore not denying it, Sirius made a sound that wasn't quite a word but contained an entire vocabulary. He knew, Harry said. He must have known there was a risk of the scan finding it, and he just let it happen. Or couldn't stop it without making himself look worse, Sirius said. Sharper now. Analytical. Or that. Or, Sirius paused. Or something else. Something we can't see from here. He didn't sound like he was defending Dumbledore. He sounded like someone looking at the corners of a room he didn't fully understand yet. Harry nodded. Amelia Bones said something like that. Bones. Good. Sirius rubbed his face. She'll do this right. If anyone in that building does this right, it's her. He looked up. Harry. Whatever happens in the next few days, the press, the ministry, the trial preparation, the school, I need you to know that you're not managing any of it alone. I'm here, and I'm staying here, and I'm done operating like a fugitive when my godson has just been, he stopped, found the word, violated like this. Harry looked at him. I'm going to Bones today, Sirius said. Formally. My status as your magical guardian, my request for legal custody, my application for a formal DMLE investigation into the entirety of your care arrangement since, he stopped again, since James and Lily. Something moved in Harry's chest at those names. The grief charm, Pomfrey had said, there was one that suppressed acute grief response. He wondered if that was why he had always felt his parents' absence as a dull ache rather than the screaming thing it probably should have been. Sirius, he said. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Sirius looked at him for a moment with an expression that was so raw Harry almost looked away. Then he reached out and briefly gripped the back of Harry's neck, warm, firm, present, and said, I'm not going anywhere. Not this time. Outside, the sun had finished its argument with the horizon and won. Gold light flooded through the hospital wing windows and caught the dust in the air and made the white beds look like something from a different story than the one Harry had been living. He thought, things are different now. He thought, I am different now, and I haven't even started yet. And somewhere under the 28 compulsion charms that were still, for the moment, in his magical core, layered like cobwebs in a room he'd never been allowed to properly enter, still doing their small invisible work of making him quieter and smaller and more compliant than he actually was, the real Harry Potter was awake. And he was paying attention. Chapter 2, Unraveling. Bill Weasley arrived at 8 in the morning with a leather satchel over one shoulder, dragon-hide gloves tucked into his belt, and the unhurried energy of someone who had already read the full diagnostic report twice on the journey over and formed his professional opinions before walking through the door. He was taller than Harry remembered. Or maybe Harry was just seeing him differently now, not as Ron's impressive older brother, the Gringotts Cursebreaker who showed up at Christmas and made everyone feel slightly less interesting, but as the specific person who was going to reach into his magical core and start dismantling what someone else had built there. That changed the way you looked at a person. Harry. Bill shook his hand, a proper handshake, not a clap on the shoulder, treating him like a person rather than a younger generation problem to manage. I've read Pomfrey's report. Before we do anything else, I want to sit down with you and explain exactly what I'm looking at and exactly what the removal process involves. Every step, every risk, every decision point where I'll need your consent again. This is your magical core, you're in charge of what happens to it. Harry liked him immediately. Not in the charmed sense, he was growing sharply aware of how that felt, the warm artificial ease, but in the actual sense, the way you liked someone who addressed you as if your opinion on what happened to you was the most relevant opinion in the room. Let's hear it, Harry said. Sirius was in the chair by the window, still in his mismatched robes, looking like he'd had no sleep and had strongly decided not to care. Pomfrey stood near the diagnostic board she'd set up against the far wall, the original chart alongside 3 confirmatory scans in a row. Bill pulled up a chair opposite Harry's bed, set his satchel on the floor, and got straight to it. The 28 charms fall into 4 structural layers, he said, drawing his wand to cast a schematic into the air between them. It looked like a transparent human figure with visible glowing threads running through it, color-coded, and Harry realized he was looking at a model of himself. Ancient work at the bottom, most deeply embedded, that's the pre-Hogwarts layer, probably cast by the same hand in close sequence. Then a second layer that dates roughly to your first year here. A third added in second year. A fourth, more recent, less deeply set. These appear to have been refreshed or added in the last 12 months. Last 12 months, Sirius said from the window, his voice carrying the particular flatness of someone controlling a strong emotion. He added new ones in the last 12 months. 3 of the surface layer charms show recent casting signatures, yes. They're the least embedded, which means they'll be the easiest to remove and also means they were added by someone who knew the others were already there and was topping up. Bill didn't editorialize. He said it like a builder describing where someone had extended an old structure. The good news about the stratified structure is that we don't have to do this all at once. The bad news is that we can't do it all at once. Trying to remove all 28 simultaneously would be like pulling every structural support out of a building at the same time and hoping it stayed up. What happens if you do it wrong? Harry asked. Bill met his eyes. Magical core damage. In mild cases, it means reduced magical capacity permanently. In serious cases, it means accidental magic becomes uncontrollable. Your power has been suppressed for so long that if it's released too fast without the core having time to stabilize, it rebounds. Think of it like a muscle that's been bound for years. You can't just cut all the bindings at once and expect it to work normally. You have to release it gradually and let it relearn its own range. Harry thought about that. About a muscle bound for years. He'd been having that thought in various formulations since 2 in the morning and it hadn't gotten less strange. How many sessions? Pomfrey asked. Minimum 3. Possibly 5, depending on how the core responds after each removal. I'd want to do the first session today, because the surface layer charms, the recent ones, are the ones most actively interfering with your judgment right now, and getting those out first is the priority. He looked at Harry. The charm calibrated to Dumbledore's signature is in that surface layer. If I remove that today, along with the compliance modifier and the magical suppression cap, you're going to notice a difference. What kind of difference? Your instincts will start operating at full volume. Bill said it plainly. You'll notice things you've been filtering out. Your magical responses may be stronger than you're used to, not uncontrolled, just bigger. And you may feel quite angry. I'm already angry. You'll feel properly angry. What you're feeling right now is anger filtered through 6 remaining emotional containment charms. Once we start removing those, he gestured slightly, a brace yourself motion. Sirius made a sound from the window. Good, he said. He should be angry. He should be, Bill agreed. I just want him to know it's coming so it doesn't feel like something going wrong. It's something going right. Harry looked at the glowing schematic of himself hanging in the air, the transparent figure with its luminous threads, some of them pulsing with the dull color of old magic, some of them brighter and newer. He thought about the fact that this was what the inside of him looked like. That someone had stood over him, probably more than once, and deliberately threaded this through him. An infant, Pomfrey had said. 3 of the charms predated age 5. Let's do it, he said. The first removal took 2 hours. It wasn't painful in the way injury was painful, it was more disorienting than anything, the sensation of something being pulled, not sharply but insistently, like the tide going out from a beach that had never experienced a tide before. Bill worked with precise, minimal wand movements, narrating quietly as he went, This is the compliance modifier. I'm loosening the anchor points first. You may feel a pressure in your chest, that's normal," and Pomfrey monitored the diagnostic chart continuously, calling out readings in a low voice that Harry stopped being able to follow because the things she was saying were in specialist notation and also because he was somewhat occupied with the sensation. The compliance modifier came out first. He felt it go. He couldn't have described exactly what it felt like except that it was like a sound he'd been filtering out so long he'd stopped knowing it was there, suddenly going silent, and in the silence he could hear something else, something low and continuous that had been running underneath, and that something was his own instinct, operating without a muffler, and what it was saying was quite loud. "Doing okay?" Bill asked. "Yeah." Harry paused. "Ask me something." Bill raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Ask me something. Something you'd normally expect me to defer on." Bill thought for a moment. "Dumbledore placed these charms for what I assume he considered good reasons. Reasons related to the war, the prophecy, keeping you manageable. There's a version of this where he believed he had no choice." The old response would have been a nod, a consideration, a well, when you put it that way, maybe, a rapid softening of whatever anger he'd managed to generate, a return to the baseline of Dumbledore probably knows best. He knew the old response because he could feel the ghost of it, where it had lived in him, the specific groove it had run in. What came instead was different. It came without heat but with absolute clarity. "There is no version of this," Harry said, "where what he did was acceptable. Whatever his reasons were, war, prophecy, the greater good, he made decisions about who I was allowed to be before I could walk. If there were no other options, he could have told me. He could have asked. He didn't, because he wasn't making decisions with me. He was making decisions about me. Those are not the same thing." Bill looked at him for a moment. "Right," he said. "That's your real voice." Harry blinked. The precision of it. The not apologizing. "That's you, without the modifier." Bill returned to his wand position. "It's a good voice." Sirius had stopped pretending to look out the window. The magical suppression cap came out second, and that one was bigger. Harry felt the difference immediately, a warm expanding pressure through his entire body, like deep breath after being held under water for a very long time. His magic moved differently. He could feel it moving differently, running through him with a range it hadn't had before, the way your muscles feel when you stretch them after sitting still too long, but magnified enormously, running from his chest through his arms and down his spine and into his hands. One of the candles across the room flared briefly. Bill nodded without looking up from his work. "There it is. That was me. Accidental spillover. Your magic is recalibrating. It'll settle." A pause. "Probably." Pomfrey made a note on her chart. She was also, Harry noticed, standing slightly further from the bed than she had been. The Dumbledore signature charm was last of the three, and this one came out with a sensation he hadn't expected, not relief, not the expansive warmth of the suppression cap, but a sort of hollow coldness, a clean empty space where something warm had been. He sat with it for a moment, identifying what was in the hollow, and found that without the elevated trust response running, his actual thoughts about Albus Dumbledore were almost entirely uncomplicated in their negativity. Not hatred, he was too clear-eyed for hatred right now, too interested in the precision of his own reactions, but something like the clean sight lines you got after cutting down overgrown hedges. He saw, now, the shape of how he'd been handled. He saw the specific mechanics of it. He saw every conversation in Dumbledore's office differently, every half-answer and deflection, every "you'll understand when you're older and I'm afraid I can't share that with you yet," all of them recontextualized now as what they actually were, a man managing an asset. "Harry." Sirius was beside him, hand on his arm. "Still with us?" "Yeah." He looked up. "I'm good. He took stock. "I'm fine. I'm actually fine." He was. Underneath the hollow space and the anger and the recalibrating magic and the candle that was still burning slightly higher than physics suggested it should, he was fine. He was more himself than he had been when he went to sleep last night. That was a strange thing to be able to say about a morning that had contained this much, but there it was. "That's 3 of 28, Bill said, making notes on his own parchment. "How's your head?" "Clear." "Any dizziness? Nausea? Feeling of disconnection from your own body?" "No." Harry considered. "Actually the opposite." Bill glanced up. "Say more." "I feel more located in myself. Like I normally feel slightly to the left of where I actually am, and right now I'm just here." Bill wrote something down and underlined it. He looked across at Pomfrey with a professional expression that conveyed more than words would have. She gave him a small nod back. "That's diagnostically significant," Bill said. "It suggests the suppression was substantial. Your baseline, what passes for your normal in terms of magical presence in your own body, was never actually your baseline. It was an artificially depressed state." He capped his pen. "Which means when we finish all 5 sessions, you're going to feel considerably more located than you do right now." "Right," Harry said. "And your magic is going to be considerably more," Bill searched for the word, "present than anything you've demonstrated so far." "How much more?" Bill set down his pen. He looked at Harry with the straightforward expression of someone deciding to say the actual thing. "Your core registers, right now, post-removal of 3 charms, at a magical capacity that already exceeds any active student at Hogwarts and places you in the top 3% of adult wizards in Britain." The hospital wing was quiet. "That's with 25 charms still in place," Bill said. "Including the most deeply embedded suppression layers." Sirius's hand tightened briefly on Harry's arm and then relaxed. "Right," Harry said again. He filed it. He didn't know what to do with it emotionally yet, so he filed it in the same mental drawer as Infant and 28, and Dumbledore didn't deny it, and he'd go through that drawer properly at some point when the immediate sequence of events allowed for it. "Rest today," Bill said, standing and gathering his satchel. "Drink a lot of water. Don't perform any intentional spells for the next 24 hours, your core is actively adjusting, and intentional magic on top of that adjustment can cause the calibration to go sideways. I'll be back tomorrow morning for the 2nd session." He looked at Pomfrey. "Keep the diagnostic running passively. I want to see where the baseline settles before I go into the 2nd layer." Pomfrey nodded. Bill looked at Harry once more. Something in the look was complicated, professional assessment, yes, but something else underneath it, something personal. He had a younger brother who was Harry's best friend. He had a family who had fed Harry at their table for years. "I'm sorry this happened to you," Bill said. It was said simply, without decoration, without the particular tone of adults who perform sympathy to avoid sitting with the actual weight of it. Harry held the apology for a second and then let it in, which was, he realized, something the emotional containment charm would have deflected. "Thanks," he said. "I appreciate you being here." Bill left. Pomfrey went to her office. Sirius sat back down in the chair by the window, stretched his legs out in front of him, and looked at Harry with the careful unhurried attention of someone who had decided that today his only job was to be in this room. "Top 3%, Sirius said finally. "Don't make it weird." "I'm not making it weird. Your father would have found it incredibly amusing and used it to be insufferable for at least a month." Harry snorted. The snort surprised him, the sound of his own laugh, brighter than he expected, like a room with better acoustics than you'd thought. He looked at the candle across the room, which had returned to normal height. "Sirius," he said. When you were in Azkaban. The thing that kept you sane, you said it was knowing you were innocent, knowing Pettigrew had done it." "Yes. But there's another way to read that. Knowing that the system had failed. Knowing that the people trusted with getting things right had gotten them spectacularly wrong." He looked at Sirius. "You've always known that the institutions can be wrong. You've known it longer than anyone." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. I keep thinking I should be more surprised by this. That I should be, floored. Devastated. And I am, I think, under the surface of the operative thing I've currently got running, I think there's something enormous there. But mostly right now I'm just thinking clearly. Harry paused. Is that a problem? Am I not reacting correctly? Harry. You just had 3 compulsion charms removed from your brain 2 hours ago, one of which was specifically designed to suppress your emotional processing. Sirius looked at him steadily. You're thinking clearly because you can think clearly now. Let that be what it is. The rest of it will come when it comes. Outside in the corridor, Harry could hear the school waking up properly now, footsteps, distant voices, the general population beginning to organize itself into the routines of a school day. He thought about what that school day looked like right now, what everyone knew, or thought they knew, or was guessing, what the corridors were full of. Is it public? He asked. It will be. If it isn't already. Sirius checked the watch on his wrist. He'd borrowed it from somewhere. It was too large and a woman's watch, probably Pomfrey's. Bones made the arrest 6 hours ago in a castle full of teachers and ghosts and portraits that can move between frames. It is absolutely public. It was Hermione who came first. She appeared at the hospital wing door at 9:30 with the expression of someone who had been awake since before Harry had been awake and had already mentally organized the situation into categories and counterarguments and was arriving with all of it preloaded and ready to deploy. She saw Harry sitting up in bed looking, he supposed, more awake and alert and less traumatized than she'd probably expected, and she stopped in the doorway and did a rapid recalibration. You're okay, she said. Mostly. She crossed the room and sat in the chair Bill had used and looked at him with an expression that was cycling through enough things that Harry, with his newly unfiltered instincts, could read each one: relief, fear, fury, intellectual urgency, guilt, love in the particular Hermione form of it, which was mostly expressed as a desire to immediately solve the problem, and something he could only identify as her sitting with the knowledge that she hadn't known, hadn't seen it, had spent for years next to him and missed it entirely. I should have noticed, she said. You couldn't have. I notice everything, she said, with a bluntness that was more honest than defensive. I notice when someone's potion is slightly the wrong shade of blue. I notice classroom temperature changes. I notice that Lavender Brown has been wearing her robes slightly longer since last November, which I mention only to make the point that I am someone who notices things, and I didn't notice. She stopped. The charms were designed to not be noticed, Harry said. They read as native. Even the diagnostic scan missed them. Pomfrey had to run the full specialist version. You couldn't have seen it with your eyes, Hermione. Nobody could. I could have pushed harder. When you came back from the graveyard last year I could have, when the Dursleys. She pressed her lips together. Ron appeared in the doorway behind her. He had clearly rolled out of bed recently, his hair was doing several distinct things at once and he had the general air of someone who had heard something enormous before breakfast and was still locating his equilibrium. He saw Harry, looked relieved, then looked at Sirius in the corner and looked slightly less certain, then came and sat on the foot of Harry's bed with the ease of long familiarity. So, Ron said. Dumbledore's been arrested. Yeah. For putting compulsion charms in your head. 28 of them. Ron absorbed this. Right. A pause. Is he going to Azkaban? Probably trial first. Right. And in the meantime, Ron looked around the hospital wing with the expression of someone who was doing practical arithmetic. You're in here with Bill doing curse-breaking magic on your brain, and Dumbledore's gone, and Snape and McGonagall are apparently arguing about who's in charge of the school, which according to Fred and George Snape has taken the position of me obviously and McGonagall has taken the position of absolutely not. That's going to be interesting, Sirius said from the window. Ron looked at him. You're allowed to be here? Like, legally? As of approximately an hour ago, yes. Bones expedited my formal appeal. Sirius didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Ron nodded with the equanimity of someone who had long since stopped expecting Harry's life to make conventional sense. He looked back at Harry. "How do you feel?" "Different," Harry said. And then, because it was Ron, better. Actually better. He thought about how to say it. Like when you have a headache for so long you stop registering it as pain and then it goes away and you realize how loud it was. Ron considered this. Like that time I had that ear thing for a month and I thought I just permanently hated music. Exactly like that. Hermione looked between them with the expression she wore when she was trying to decide whether to be exasperated or fond. She settled on fond, barely. "The school is in an uproar," she said, returning to the practical. "Professor Sprout is crying. Professor Flitwick has been walking very quickly and saying nothing. Several fifth years in Gryffindor have already owed their parents. One Slytherin fourth year, Pansy Parkinson, specifically, was in the Great Hall at breakfast saying the whole thing was a ministry plot to discredit Dumbledore and clear the way for Fudge's people, and she had a small but vocal audience." "She's wrong," Harry said. "But it's not an unreasonable first assumption." Hermione blinked. She paused. "That's actually quite generous." "I'm not being generous. I'm just looking at it from her perspective. Fudge has been trying to undercut Dumbledore for years and the Ministry just arrested the most famous wizard in Britain the night after the Triwizard Tournament ended badly. From the outside, if you're not in this room," he gestured at the diagnostic chart on the wall, "it looks like politics." Hermione stared at him for a moment. "You're different," she said. "You said that last time." "I said you were okay." "That's different from different." She was looking at him with the particular intensity she reserved for new information she was actively classifying. "It's the charms. The removal. She trailed off. "What?" "You're not hedging," she said. "You always hedge. Every opinion you give comes with a disclaimer, every instinct you have you immediately back away from, you." She stopped again, more carefully this time, like she was approaching something fragile. "I've been doing it too, haven't I, talking over you. Redirecting you. All these years, I've been," her voice went quiet. "The compliance charm. The authority deference. It would have made you accept me redirecting you, and I never asked whether that was what you wanted." Hermione," Harry said. "I just did things. Decisions. I made decisions for us and you went along with them and I thought it was because you trusted my judgment and maybe some of it was but some of it was also because you literally couldn't fully push back, you had a charm in your core that, Hermione." He said it steadily, with the new steadiness, and she heard the difference in his voice and stopped. "You're my friend. You've been my friend since first year and you've saved my life about 11 times. Charms or no charms, I trust your judgment. What might need to change is that you'll get more pushback from me now, and I need you to not take that personally." She looked at him. Her eyes were bright. "I won't," she said. Harry, I absolutely won't. Push back. Please push back." She laughed suddenly, a slightly watery laugh. "I have been waiting for you to properly argue with me for 4 years." "Brilliant," Ron said. "That's going to be exhausting for everyone." By midday, the news had reached its second stage. The first stage had been the castle, teachers arguing in corridors, students in small urgent clusters, Filch moving from location to location with the expression of a man who had appointed himself intelligence collector. The second stage was the owls. They started arriving at 11, Pomfrey's windows were still shut from the morning but Harry could see them from the bed, dozens of them banking in from the direction of London, landing on the Ollery, carrying everything from urgent DMLE correspondences to, presumably, whatever the prophet was cooking up. Sirius had stepped out at 10 to meet with Bones' team, who had set up a temporary office in one of the ground-floor classrooms. He'd come back at noon looking like someone had handed him a weapon he'd been waiting for his entire adult life. "She's granting me emergency guardianship," he said, dropping into the chair. Emergency, pending the full legal proceedings. Formal paperwork by tomorrow. He looked at Harry. You're mine, legally, from tomorrow. The Dursleys have no claim. The order, Dumbledore's order, has no standing regarding your care or your location or any decision about your life. That's gone. Harry looked at him. Nobody else makes decisions for you, Sirius said. Not without you in the room. The thing that had been at the bottom of the cold bright place moved then, shifted, and Harry felt it for the first time properly, the actual size of it, not filtered through the containment charms because 3 of them were gone and the others were loosened and what was underneath them was large and sharp and real. He felt it in his chest and his throat and behind his eyes, and he didn't push it down and he didn't redirect it and he didn't apologize for it. He just let it be what it was for a moment. Sirius watched him do it and didn't say anything, which was exactly right. After a moment, Harry nodded. Okay, he said, with a rough edge to his voice that he left there. Good. It was then that the prophet arrived. Pomfrey brought it in herself, looking like she'd already read it and had opinions. She handed it to Harry without preamble. The headline covered the full front page in the largest font the prophet apparently owned: Dumbledore arrested, illegal compulsion magic found in Potter's magical core, shocking diagnostic results reveal decades of magical abuse of the boy who lived, DMLE confirms 28 enchantments, ministry in disarray. The byline was not Rita Skeeter. It was a name Harry didn't recognize, junior reporter, probably, whoever had been on night desk when the story broke. The article was factual in a way that prophet articles about Harry usually weren't, which told him that whoever had written it had received the DMLE press release and printed it as is, too stunned to add the usual editorial architecture. He read it twice. Ron read it over his shoulder. Hermione read it over Ron's shoulder. 17 charges, Hermione said quietly. They've listed 17 charges. With more pending the specialist analysis, Harry said. He handed the paper to Sirius. Sirius read the first 2 paragraphs and then set it face down on the windowsill. The last paragraph, Ron said. You should read the last paragraph. Harry took the paper back and found it. Sources within Hogwarts have reported that Harry Potter, 14, was seen in the castle this morning looking, according to one student, completely calm and absolutely fine, which was almost scarier than if he'd been upset. The Ministry of Magic has not commented on whether students currently enrolled at Hogwarts will be supervised by a qualified headmaster or headmistress for the remainder of term, following Dumbledore's arrest and the ongoing absence of a deputy with full executive authority to act in his place. Cornelius Fudge is scheduled to address the Wisengamot at 3 o'clock today. Harry put the paper down. Completely calm and absolutely fine, Sirius read. Which was almost scarier. Good, Harry said. Let them be a bit scared. Ron looked at him with an expression that was somewhere between surprised and deeply impressed. Hermione looked like she was revising several categories simultaneously. Fudge arrived at Hogwarts at 2 in the afternoon, 45 minutes before his scheduled Wisengamot address, which meant either the address had been moved or he had something to do here first. Harry heard about this from Ron, who heard it from Fred, who had been near the entrance hall when the minister's car pulled up. Harry didn't wait to be visited. He got up, dressed in his actual clothes, and walked out of the hospital wing. Pomfrey registered an objection. You should be resting. I rested. You rested for approximately 40 minutes. That's more than I've had in weeks. I'm fine. He paused at the door. The minister's here and I want to be visible. If I'm lying in a hospital bed, I'm a victim. If I'm walking around looking like myself, you are a victim, Pomfrey said sharply. I'm a victim and I can walk around looking like myself. Those aren't mutually exclusive. He held the door. I'll be careful. She looked at him with the expression of someone choosing battles. If you feel any dizziness, any magical instability, I'll come straight back. Sirius, she called. Already with him, Sirius said, appearing at Harry's shoulder from where he'd been waiting in the corridor with his hands in his pockets and the satisfied expression of someone who had also decided they were done with the hospital wing. Pomfrey threw her hands up in the precise gesture of a woman who has been doing this for 31 years. Fudge was in the corridor outside McGonagall's office, in the company of two ministry officials Harry didn't recognize, and Cornelius Fudge looked almost exactly the way Harry had always expected someone who was having the worst day of their political career to look. The lime green bowler hat was absent, replaced by proper robes, and his face was slightly too controlled in the way of a man performing composure for an audience. Harry turned the corner and saw him and kept walking. Fudge saw Harry. His expression did several things rapidly. "Ah! Mr. Potter." He spread his hands with an expression of manufactured warmth. "I was just coming to see, Minister." Harry stopped at an appropriate distance, which was closer than Fudge looked entirely comfortable with. "I'd have thought you'd be busy preparing for the Wisengamot address." Yes, of course, I just wanted to personally assure you that the ministry is taking this situation with the utmost. The situation," Harry said, "is that I had 28 compulsion charms illegally placed in my magical core by a man who sat on the Wisengamot himself. I think what you mean is that you want to make sure I know what the official ministry line is going to be before you deliver it to the Wisengamot, so I don't say anything that contradicts it." Fudge opened his mouth. "I'm not going to say anything that contradicts it," Harry continued pleasantly, "because the truth doesn't require coordination. Madam Bones has the diagnostic chart and the forensic analysis. I don't need to say anything in particular, the evidence says it." He looked at Fudge with clear, unfiltered eyes. "What I'd like from you, Minister, is assurance that the specialist curse-breaker completing my treatment will have full ministry cooperation and funding, that the legal proceedings will be handled by Madam Bones' department independently, and that nobody from the minister's office will be attempting to contact me through back channels or through the Hogwarts staff. If you want to communicate with me formally, I'll have a lawyer present." He paused. "Do we understand each other?" Fudge had the expression of a man who had arrived expecting to manage a frightened 14-year-old and had found something else. Sirius, standing 2 feet behind Harry, was doing absolutely nothing to contain his expression. Of course," Fudge said. "Naturally, Mr. Potter, you'll have all the ministries, yes." "Yes. Of course. Thank you, Minister." Harry started walking again. "Good luck with the Wisengamot address." He walked to the end of the corridor and around the corner and then stopped and leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Sirius came around the corner 3 seconds later and stopped in front of him with an expression that was enormous. "Don't," Harry said. "I'm not saying anything." "You're about to say something." "I'm just," Sirius pressed his lips together, containing it. "That was," he said carefully, "the best thing I have seen in this corridor since 1977 when your father told Professor Slughorn that he'd stopped doing potions because he'd found that success in the subject depended heavily on telling the professor his essays were brilliant." Harry bit the inside of his cheek. "You were 14, Sirius said. He was 16 when he said it. You win on points." Harry laughed. It came out bigger than he'd intended, echoing off the stone, and it was real, properly real, the laugh of someone who had been very serious for a very long time and had briefly located the part of himself that found things funny. It felt, he thought, like a muscle remembering what it was for. That evening, the hospital wing was quiet again. Bill had been back briefly in the late afternoon to check the passive diagnostic readings and had expressed quiet satisfaction at the numbers. "The core is stabilizing well," he'd said. "The range is expanding as expected. Second session tomorrow at 9. He'd left with the efficient ease of someone who kept their professional feelings and their personal ones in separate pockets and could switch between them as needed. Sirius had been given a room somewhere in the castle. McGonagall had apparently come through on that, her administrative authority having prevailed over Snape's attempt to assert general command, which Harry had known it would because whatever else was uncertain right now, the hierarchy of competence between those two was not. Ron and Hermione had been sent back to Gryffindor Tower at dinner, with a promise to come back tomorrow, and Harry had accepted this without protesting because he was 14 and tired, and even with 3 compulsion charms removed he recognized the value of not fighting every single battle on the first day. He lay in his bed in the quiet hospital wing with the candles low and the lake dark outside and thought about tomorrow. The second removal session. The world outside rearranging itself around this story. The trial that was coming, Bill had mentioned, matter-of-factly, that formal proceedings would begin within 3 weeks under fast-track DMLE protocols. He thought about what he'd said to Fudge in the corridor. The clarity of it. The lack of apology in it. He thought about all the things he was going to stop apologizing for. He reached out his hand toward the candle across the room, not pointing his wand, just extending his hand, and thought, carefully, about wanting the candle to come to him. Nothing happened for 2 seconds. Then the candle drifted gently across the room and settled on his bedside table. He looked at it for a moment. 25 charms still in place. Magical capacity already in the top 3% of adult wizards in Britain. He thought about what Bill had said. When we finish all 5 sessions, you're going to feel considerably more located than you do right now. The candle flame burned steadily in the dark. Yeah, thought Harry. I expect I will. Chapter 3. The Howling Rita Skeeter had spent 14 years building a career on finding the story that nobody wanted told and telling it as badly as possible. She had a gift for it, not journalism, exactly, but something adjacent to journalism in the way that a scalpel was adjacent to a kitchen knife. She could identify the wound, locate the nerve, and press with surgical precision. The stories she'd run on Harry Potter alone had generated more posts than any other subject in the Prophet's history, which said something about the British wizarding public and their appetite for the spectacle of a famous child being publicly dissected. So it was, perhaps, a kind of cosmic irony that the biggest story of the decade had landed in her lap, and she had found, somewhere in the process of reading the DMLE's official press release and the diagnostic chart summary and the 17 formal charges, that she didn't want to make it worse. She sat in her room at the 3 Broomsticks. She'd been in Hogsmeade for the tournament's conclusion, naturally, because Rita Skeeter was always where the story was, and looked at what she had, and for the first time in a very long career she felt something that was not quite conscience but was adjacent to conscience in the same way her journalism was adjacent to journalism. She had interviewed Dumbledore 17 times. She had written 4 feature pieces calling him the greatest wizard of the age. She had, on at least 3 occasions, written exactly what he'd wanted her to write about Harry Potter, framed the way he'd wanted it framed, because Dumbledore had sources and contacts and the kind of quiet pull on everything in this world that you only noticed once you started looking for it. She lit a cigarette, uncapped her quick quotes quill, and started writing the real story. Harry read it over breakfast. He was back in the Great Hall for the first time since the tournament. Pomfrey had cleared him for the morning after the second removal session with Bill, which had gone faster than the first and deeper. The second layer had contained 4 charms, including the oldest grief suppression enchantment and one of the self-worth modifiers, and their removal had left him with the sensation of his own emotional landscape suddenly having 3 more dimensions than he'd known about. Not overwhelming, Bill had described it perfectly when he said the core needed time to recalibrate, but present. Everything was more present. The Great Hall was not quiet. It was doing a specific kind of noise that Harry recognized as the sound of 400 people all having urgent conversations they believed were whispered. Every table had its clusters, its leaning heads, its newspapers being passed around and pointed at. Every head turned when he walked in, and Harry walked in with the easy unhurried stride of someone who had decided this morning that other people's discomfort with his presence was not his problem to solve. Hermione was already at the Gryffindor table. She pushed a copy of The Prophet toward him before he'd sat down. The headline was not the standard screaming capitals. The Real Story, by Rita Skeeter. The questions nobody is asking about 28 compulsion charms, and the ones everyone should be. Harry sat down and read it. Rita had, apparently, decided that the story was better served by accuracy than by spectacle. She had the DMLE charges laid out clearly. She had a quote from a St. Mungo's healer, unnamed, confirming that compulsion charms of this depth and this specificity represented a level of magical intervention that required both expertise and premeditation. She had a brief, devastating paragraph about the charm calibrated to Dumbledore's own signature, which she described, with characteristic precision, as not merely manipulation but a deliberate architectural redesign of a child's capacity to trust. She had an interview with Madame Bones. The evidence is unambiguous. Bones had told her, in the clipped way of someone who chose each word with the care of a person who knew they'd be quoted. The diagnostic chart represents certified medical evidence obtained by a licensed practitioner. The magical signatures on the compulsion enchantments are consistent, reproducible, and traceable. This is not a question of interpretation, it is a question of law, and the law is clear. And then, at the bottom of the article, in the last 4 paragraphs, Rita had done something Harry had not expected. She had written about herself. Not dramatically. Not performatively. In a way that was almost clinical. She wrote that she had benefited, professionally, from a version of Harry Potter that had been shaped by these charms, a boy who didn't push back, who didn't call out the narrative, who accepted the framing presented to him and moved through the world in the compliant, slightly diminished way the compulsion work had designed. She wrote that a number of the stories she had printed about him, she would now be retracting. She gave dates. She listed headlines. She ended with, "It is worth asking who else in the wizarding world has found a compliant Harry Potter professionally convenient, and what those people are going to do now that he isn't." Harry set the paper down. "She basically admitted to being part of it," Ron said from across the table, through a mouthful of toast. "Not part of it. She admitted to benefiting from it." Harry poured himself tea. "Which is different but also worth noting. Are you not angry at her?" Hermione asked, watching him. "I'm angry at a lot of things right now and I'm trying to be specific about which things deserve which kind of energy." He drank the tea. It was too hot. Rita Skeeter being Rita Skeeter is very low on that list compared to other items. Hermione looked like she was revising something again. She'd been doing that with increasing frequency since yesterday. Each time Harry said something that diverged from her expectation of what he'd say, she'd recalibrate, and he could almost see the process happening in real time, the mental model updating. It would have been slightly irritating except that she was doing it so honestly that it was hard to object to. "The prophet's running letters already," Neville said from down the table, leaning over. He looked like he'd had a complicated night, in the way that people who thought carefully about difficult things looked complicated in the morning. "I read some of them before you came in. They're mixed." "What's the split?" Harry asked. "About half believe it straight away. Some of those are angry at Dumbledore. Some of them are, it's odd, some of them sound almost relieved, like they'd been sensing something was off for years and couldn't put their finger on it." He paused. "The other half are calling it a ministry fabrication." "There's a letter from a Horace Slughorn, old potions professor," Harry said. "Saying that he knew Dumbledore for 60 years and the idea was an absurdity and Madame Bones should be investigated for abuse of her position." Neville paused again. "And there's one from a witch in Manchester that's very short and says, 'The boy's been getting more powerful since he arrived at that school and every other person there's had this much adventure they'd have died. How has he been surviving all of it if not with his real magic suppressed? Ask yourselves." Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it again. "She's not wrong," Harry said. The table around him had gone slightly quieter, not just his immediate group but the broader Gryffindor table, students who had been half listening since he sat down and were now fully listening without pretending otherwise. He noted this and didn't lower his voice. "The basilisk killed the last student who faced it in this castle in the 50s, he said. "I survived it at 12. The Dementors affect people with more magic than they have capacity to process. I was casting the Patronus at 13, which Lupin told me was beyond Newt level. Every year something impossible happened and I did it, and the question worth asking is whether I was doing it in spite of the suppression or because of it, because whatever was getting through the charms was still enough to be extraordinary." He picked up the prophet and set it back down. What does that say about what's not suppressed? The Gryffindor table was quite thoroughly listening now. It says, said a voice from behind him, that we have been thoroughly idiots. He turned around. Fred and George Weasley stood side by side with the particular expression they wore when they had decided something mattered enough to drop the performance of not caring. Fred sat down. George sat beside him. They both looked at Harry with a directness that he recognized as the real version of them, the underneath-the-jokes version. "We've been treating you like you needed protecting," Fred said. "And meanwhile you've been," George started, "doing extraordinary things, with your hands tied behind your back, and we've been thinking you needed cheering up, instead of," they stopped in unison. "Instead of taking you seriously," Fred said, just Fred, the performance dropped entirely. Harry looked at them. "I appreciate the cheering up, for what it's worth," he said. "It helped more than you know." George looked at him. "More than you'd have known," he corrected quietly. "With the charms in." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "More than I'd have known." The second piece of news arrived at 10, when McGonagall called Harry to her office. He went alone, which felt like a statement in itself. The old Harry would have brought Hermione as instinctive backup, the person who'd have the answers to questions Harry didn't know to ask. He walked through the castle corridors aware of the watching, the clusters of students who cleared a path without being asked to, and noticed that the path clearing was not the old deferential way people moved around Harry Potter the symbol. It was something slightly different. More like how people moved around something whose full shape they were still establishing. McGonagall's office had always been a room Harry associated with being in trouble or receiving dispensation for trouble already committed. It was full of tartan and a slightly unsettling number of biscuit tins and the particular moral weight of a woman who held herself to extremely high standards and applied them to everyone in her vicinity. She was standing by her window when he came in. She turned and looked at him with an expression he had never seen her wear before, not the stern approval or the barely contained pride or even the rare warmth she showed in unguarded moments. This was something complicated and directed inward. "Sit down, Harry," she said, and her voice was not its usual brisk instrument. He sat. She sat across from him, folded her hands, and met his eyes. "I owe you an apology," she said. He waited. "I have been your head of house for 4 years. I have watched you face situations that no student should face, and I have given you what I believe to be appropriate support while consistently deferring, on the larger questions of your welfare and safety, to Albus's judgment." She paused. The name Albus sat differently in the sentence than Dumbledore would have. "I told myself this was appropriate deference to the person with the most complete picture of the situation. I told myself Albus had reasons." Another pause. "I have spent the last several hours asking myself how much of my deference was genuine trust in his judgment and how much of it was his judgment having been made very easy to trust." Harry looked at her. "Were you ever scanned?" "I requested a diagnostic scan from Poppy this morning." She held his gaze. "I had too. Minor compliance modifiers, much less comprehensive than what was found in you, and they appear to have been placed approximately 20 years ago. Nothing like what was done to you. But present." Harry sat with that. "I'm sorry," he said. "Don't," she said sharply, and then more gently, "don't apologize to me. I'm the adult in this conversation." "You didn't know," Harry said. "Same as Pomfrey didn't know when she ran the standard scan." "Same as, I should have looked harder," she said. It was the same thing Pomfrey had said. He was apparently surrounded by people who held themselves to extremely high standards and were currently making themselves miserable by applying them retrospectively to events outside their control. He recognized the pattern. He'd worn it himself for years, probably been charmed into wearing it. The reflexive self-accusation, the assumption of culpability as a form of control, the "if I was responsible it means I could have fixed it" logic. "McGonagall," he said. She looked at him. "What you can do now is more useful than what you could have done then," he said. "What's the situation with the school?" She recognized the redirect and took it with visible relief. I have assumed acting headmistress authority pending the ministry's appointment of a formal replacement or interim. Severus Snape has filed an objection with the ministry, which has been noted. Her expression on filed an objection suggested she had a number of opinions about this that she was professionally containing. The Board of Governors will convene within the week. And Snape's actual position? Potions professor. Nothing more, nothing less, for the time being. A pause. I have also taken the liberty of reviewing your academic records against the reports Albus sent to your guardians over the past 4 years. There are discrepancies. She opened the folder on her desk. Your assessed performance in most subjects consistently underrates what your actual scores reflect. The gap is small enough to look like normal assessor variation, but the pattern is consistent across 4 years and multiple subjects. She looked at him. Someone was managing your academic profile. Harry looked at the folder. Keeping me ordinary, he said. Keeping you manageable, she said, and the word landed with the specific weight of a word chosen precisely. What happens to my records? They'll be corrected. The full diagnostic adjusted record will be submitted to the Wisengamot as supporting evidence. And, she paused in a way that suggested something was coming that she expected him to have feelings about. There will be an academic reassessment at the start of next year. Your actual capabilities across subjects, tested without the suppression in place. She held his eyes. I expect the results to be significant. Harry nodded. He thought about what Bill had said. Top 3% of adult wizards in Britain. With 25 charms still in place. Right, he said. There is one more thing, McGonagall said. She reached into the folder and produced a sealed letter. This arrived this morning. From Gringotts. Addressed to you specifically, marked urgent, and delivered by a representative who waited at the gate for a response. Harry took the letter. The seal was the Gringotts crest, the eagle and the vault key, and underneath the crest, in small sharp goblin script, were the words, "The matter of the Potter estate." He looked at it. How long has this been? Has there been an estate? McGonagall's expression was very careful. I believe, she said, that there has been a Potter estate since before you were born. I believe you were to be informed of it when you came of age, or upon the conclusion of active guardianship, and that neither of those conditions had been met because your guardianship had never been formally concluded. A beat. Until yesterday, when Madame Bones filed the emergency papers. Harry turned the letter over in his hands. Sirius should see this with you, McGonagall said. Yeah, Harry said. He should. He stood, letter in hand, and paused at the door. He turned back to look at McGonagall, who was still at her desk with the folder open and the particular look of someone who was in the middle of a very long and difficult internal accounting. For what it's worth, Harry said, I think you're the right person to be running this school right now. He paused. Not because you're the next in line. Because you're someone who looks at the thing that's actually true and responds to that. Not the convenient version. She looked at him for a long moment. Go find your godfather, she said, but her voice was different than it had started. He found Sirius in the corridor outside Bones' temporary office, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and the expression of a man who had just come out of a meeting and needed 30 seconds before going back in. He looked up when Harry came around the corner. Gringotts, Harry said, holding up the letter. Sirius's eyes went to the seal. His expression shifted in a way Harry couldn't fully read. Okay, he said. Show me. They found an empty classroom and Harry opened the letter. It was from a goblin named Ragnarok, who held the position of senior account manager for the Potter family vault, and it was written in the precise formal language of an institution that had been doing business for 1,000 years and had no patience for anything unnecessary. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of Gringotts Bank that the emergency guardianship transfer executed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on May 25, 1995 has created a legal condition under which you are entitled to formal notification of the full status of the Potter estate, Previously withheld under the terms of a guardianship covenant filed with this institution on November 1, 1981. We wish to advise you that the Potter estate currently comprises primary vaults, 3, trust vault, active since your first birthday, property holdings, 4 registered locations, and several instruments of significant magical value held in protective storage. We further wish to advise you that a secondary covenant, filed simultaneously with the guardianship covenant in November 1981, attached certain conditions to the management of your trust vault and its disbursements. These conditions were authorized by a signature that our forensic accounting team has flagged as inconsistent with established family protocols. We consider this matter to require urgent in-person discussion. We request your presence at Gringotts at your earliest convenience. We will send an escort. Yours in business, Ragnarok, Senior Account Manager, Potter Family Accounts. Harry read it twice. Then he read the underlined section again. A secondary covenant, authorized by a signature. Inconsistent with established family protocols. Someone filed papers with Gringotts, Harry said. In November 1981. The month my parents died. Sirius was reading over his shoulder. He straightened up slowly. They filed them the same day as the guardianship papers, he said. Someone moved fast. Who filed the guardianship papers? Sirius was quiet for a moment. I never saw them, he said. I was arrested that night. Peter, I chased Peter, and then I was taken, and by the time I was in Azkaban it was done. The papers existed. You were placed with Lily's sister. He paused. I never knew who filed them. I assumed it was standard ministry protocol after a magical death event. Standard ministry protocol, Harry said, or someone who knew they needed to move before the obvious guardian turned up. Sirius looked at him. You were the obvious guardian, Harry said. You were my godfather. Everyone knew it, you were there, you were present, you were, he stopped. But you got arrested the same night. And while you were being arrested, someone filed the papers that put me with the Dursleys and established the conditions on the vault that apparently looked wrong to Gringotts' forensic accounting. He set the letter down on the classroom desk. There's a version of this story where those two things are connected. That version of the story, Sirius said slowly, requires someone who knew, that night, that I was going after Peter. And who knew that if I caught Peter, the real story would come out. He looked at Harry. Dumbledore knew Peter was a Death Eater. He knew about the secret keeper switch. The room was very quiet. It could also be coincidence, Harry said. He said it deliberately, not because he believed it, but because he wanted to be honest about the full range of possibilities rather than just the satisfying ones. I want Gringotts to show me the signature before I decide what I think it means. Sirius nodded slowly. Yes. That's right. He looked at Harry with the expression he'd been wearing with increasing frequency since yesterday, the one that was part pride and part grief and part something that might have been awe. You're being very careful about this. Someone should be, Harry said. Given how many years no one was. In the afternoon, Hogwarts did something Harry hadn't expected, it kept going. Classes ran on reduced attendance, a lot of fifth years were claiming illness, and the fourth-year Gryffindors had, by general unspoken agreement, decided that today was not a potions day. But the castle continued. Lunch happened. The grounds were full of students at the afternoon break, sitting in the May warmth and talking about the thing they were all talking about, and Harry walked through the middle of it and found that he wanted to. He'd spent 4 years at this school moving through it tactically, knowing which corridors to avoid, which groups to navigate around, running calculations about whether being visible was safe. Some of that was Voldemort and some of it was Dementors and basilisks and genuinely legitimate threats. But some of it, he thought now, walking through the afternoon light with no particular urgency and no particular anxiety about who was watching, some of it had been the compliance work. The keep your head down response running on a low continuous hum. He stopped by the lake. Luna Lovegood was already there, sitting with her shoes off and her feet in the shallows and her copy of the Quibbler open. She looked up when he approached and didn't look startled, which was her particular gift. "Hello, Harry," she said. "You look different. People keep saying that." "It's a good different," she said, with the serene certainty of someone for whom the word good and the word true were synonyms. "Like when a plant that's been in the wrong soil gets moved." He sat beside her on the bank. "Have you seen the Prophet?" "I don't read the Prophet." She turned a page of the Quibbler. "But Daddy's already sent me a copy of what he's going to print and it's very thorough." "What's he saying?" "That Dumbledore has been managing the entire wizarding world's relationship with the concept of Harry Potter for 14 years and that the compulsion work on you is just the most documented part of a broader pattern of institutional control." She turned another page. "He also has a piece about Raxperts in enclosed spaces, but the Harry Potter piece is more current affairs." Harry looked at the lake. The giant squid was visible near the surface, trailing tentacles in the warm water. "Luna. Did anything ever feel wrong to you? About how things were? The way I was treated?" She considered this honestly rather than reassuringly, which was what he wanted. "Yes," she said. "But I feel that way about a lot of things, so I couldn't be sure which parts were actual wrong and which parts were just me." A pause. "There was always something slightly managed about you. Like watching someone give a speech they've been told to give rather than the one they'd write themselves." She looked at him. "That's mostly gone now." "Not entirely. Still got work to do." "The work is the interesting part," she said cheerfully. He laughed. She returned to her Quibbler. He sat by the lake for 20 minutes and did not think about anything in particular, which was, he realized, something he'd almost never done. Just sat somewhere in the sun without a problem to solve or a threat to monitor or a charm whispering in his core that he should be smaller than he was. It was, he decided, a reasonable way to spend 20 minutes. The howling started at 4. Not literal howling, though with Hogwarts you could never entirely rule it out. What started at 4 was the owls, in quantities that the Olary was not designed to handle simultaneously, carrying responses to the morning's prophet from the broader wizarding world, and the sound they made when McGonagall had them routed to the Great Hall for sorting was a great communal wing thunder that rattled the high windows. Harry stood in the doorway of the Great Hall and watched the organized chaos of several hundred letters being sorted by spell onto house tables and general interest into a pile at the far end, and thought about what Rita Skeeter had written. It is worth asking who else in the wizarding world has found a compliant Harry Potter professionally convenient. He walked to the end of the hall, past the student tables, to the pile of general correspondence. A prefect had been assigned to sort it but was visibly overwhelmed. Harry picked up a handful of letters at random and started reading. The range was extraordinary. There were letters of fury, aimed at Dumbledore, at the Ministry, at the Prophet, at Harry himself for apparently daring to exist outside the frame that had been constructed for him. There was a remarkable letter from a wizard in Aberdeen who had apparently harbored suspicions about Dumbledore for 15 years based on a property dispute and felt this vindicated him, which it absolutely didn't, but Harry felt a brief warmth toward the man anyway. There were letters from Hogwarts alumni, going back decades, with their own observations, their own small reframings. There were letters from people who had never met Harry Potter but who understood what it felt like to be made smaller than you were by people who told themselves it was for your own good, and who wrote about it without connecting it to the magical dimensions at all, just the human ones. There was a letter from a woman named Arabella Figg. Harry stopped. He knew that name. Mrs. Figg, who lived 2 streets from the Dursleys and smelled like cats and made him look at photos of them and had never seemed particularly remarkable. The letter was addressed to the Ministry, copied to the Prophet, and it read with the precision of someone who had been waiting to say this for a long time. I have acted as unofficial surveillance for Albus Dumbledore for 13 years, monitoring the welfare of Harry Potter at his request. I reported to him directly and regularly that the conditions of Harry's placement were inadequate and at times harmful. I was told each time that the blood protection necessitated the placement and that the discomfort was manageable and temporary. I did not push harder than I should have because I trusted his assessment. I am writing this now because that trust was based, at least in part, on a mild general compliance charm that I have just had removed at St. Mungo's following Madame Bone's department-wide notification to individuals connected to Harry Potter's care. I should have pushed harder. I am sorry, Harry. Harry set the letter down. He looked at it for a moment. Then he picked it up, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He'd write to her. Not today, but soon. She hadn't failed him, she'd been managed just like everyone else had been managed, and she'd done what she could inside the space she was given, which wasn't nothing. Harry. He turned around. Hermione was behind him with the expression of someone who had been searching for him and had not expected to find him reading letters. You should come to the Gryffindor common room, she said. There's something happening and I think, she hesitated. What? Snape's in the corridor outside. He's been standing there for about 20 minutes. She paused. He's not threatening anyone. He's just, standing there. Looking like he wants to talk to you. Harry considered this. Then I'll go talk to him. I'll come, I'm fine, Hermione. She looked at him with the expression she was wearing more and more, the recalibrating one, the updating one, the one that was learning to trust his judgment about his own situation. Okay, she said. Not easily, but genuinely. Okay. Snape was in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, and Harry had not been wrong yesterday when he'd said that the hierarchy of competence between Snape and McGonagall was not a close contest, but he was also aware, walking toward the man now with his newly clear eyes, that Snape was not a simple figure. He had never been a simple figure. That had always been true. But through the compliance charm, through the elevated trust and authority response, Harry had been nudged away from pushing at the complexity, toward accepting either the surface hostility or the easy reassurance of Dumbledore trusts him. Without those nudges, he found himself looking at Severus Snape the way you looked at a problem with actual dimensions. Snape looked at him for a moment before speaking. He looked, Harry thought, tired. Not the theatrical exhaustion he sometimes performed, but the genuine tiredness of someone who had been sitting with something difficult. Potter, he said. Professor. A pause. I'm told Bill Weasley has removed 3 of the surface layer enchantments. He has. I'm also told that one of those was the trust elevation charm calibrated to Dumbledore's signature. He said it without particular expression. Also true. Snape looked at him with eyes that were doing their usual thing of reading the room very quickly and thoroughly. I won't ask how you're feeling about what's been done to you, he said. Because you'll tell me you're fine and you'll mean something different by fine than I would, and neither version is what I'm actually asking. Harry waited. I want you to know, Snape said, with the particular care of a man who chose his words like he was selecting between weapons, that what was done to you was not known to me. The enchantments. The specifics of them. A pause. I knew Dumbledore managed information. I knew he managed people. I did not know the management extended to embedded compulsion work on a child. His jaw moved slightly. Had I known, my response would have been different. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The clear eyes, the unfiltered instinct, the newly operational sense of people. I believe you, he said. Snape seemed briefly thrown by the directness of it. You believe me. You've never been kind to me. You've been actively unpleasant, fairly consistently, for 4 years. Harry said it without heat. But you've also, on several occasions, acted in ways that protected me when you had other options. The Quidditch match in first year. The Shrieking Shack in third year, even, you arrived, you were terrified for us, whatever you showed on the surface. You're not consistent enough in your hostility to be simply hostile. Snape was very still. You're angry at my father, Harry said, and I've been a convenient target for that anger, and I've been charmed to put up with it rather than push back, and that's been bad for both of us. A beat. So let me be clear right now, I'm not my father. I don't have his relationship with you. What I have is 4 years of a potions teacher who has been looking for reasons to fail me. He met Snape's eyes steadily. That's going to change. The corridor was very quiet. Is it? Snape said, and there was something in his voice that was not quite what it usually was. Yeah, Harry said. It is. Another pause. Snape looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't fully categorize except that it was more complex than any expression he'd ever seen on that face before. The occlumency sessions, Snape said. Dumbledore suggested them for the following year. For your protection against the Dark Lord's access to your mind. I know. I will still teach them, Snape said. If you want them. Not because Dumbledore asked me to. Because the Dark Lord is real and getting into your mind and he needs to be kept out of it. A pause. It will not be pleasant. I am not a patient teacher. But I will teach you properly, not the version I might have. He stopped. Not the version you might have if you were trying to fail me, Harry said. Snape said nothing for a moment. Then, yes. Harry looked at him. I'll take you up on that, he said. But if you call me Potter in a tone that's specifically designed to remind me that you hated my father, I'm going to say so. Out loud. At the time. Something moved at the very corner of Snape's expression. It was not a smile. Harry didn't think Snape's face had a smile gear, but it was something. I imagine you will, he said. He turned and walked away down the corridor, robes flowing, with the somewhat less theatrical quality of a man who had come to say a thing and said it and was done. Harry watched him go and thought, complicated. By evening, the school had made its provisional peace with the new shape of things. Or rather, it hadn't, not really, because the shape of things was still changing and would be changing for weeks. But it had settled into the first resting position of a long adjustment period, the way water settled after a stone dropped, still moving but at least no longer actively churning. Harry was back in the hospital wing for the night, Pomfrey's rule, non-negotiable, until the second full week of removal sessions was complete. He'd accepted this without argument, partly because she was right and partly because the hospital wing had become, in a strange way, the only place in the castle where the specific chaos of the outside world stopped being immediately present. Sirius came by at 9 with food from the kitchens, the Hogwarts house elves having responded to Sirius's request with the enthusiastic hospitality of people who deeply appreciated being asked nicely. He sat on the chair and ate cold chicken and Harry ate a sandwich and they talked, or didn't talk, in the comfortable way of people who had established that silence was fine. Bill thinks 4 more sessions after today, Sirius said. 6 total, not 5. More than he thought. The second layer is more complex than the scan showed. Apparently there are, Sirius paused, he called them anchor charms. Things designed to make the other charms resist removal. Like a structure braced against interference. A beat. Whoever did this work knew exactly what they were doing and designed it to last. Harry sat with that. What's in the second layer? A self-worth suppressor is the biggest one. Basically a charm that continuously revises your assessment of your own capabilities downward. Tells you that you succeed by luck or accident rather than by skill. Sirius's voice was careful and controlled in the way of someone being careful and controlled. It would manifest as, every time you did something remarkable, you'd attribute it to coincidence. External factors. Anything except your own ability. Harry thought about 4 years of saying I just got lucky and I didn't really know what I was doing and anyone would have done the same. Yeah, he said quietly. That sounds familiar. 14 months, Sirius said suddenly. What? That's how long I've had you in my life. Since the lake, 3rd year, when you stopped those dementors. I've had 14 months of knowing you and, I keep doing the arithmetic, Harry. What 14 months of you, actually you, without the suppression, might have looked like. His voice went rough at the edges. I keep thinking about what James would say. What would he say? Sirius smiled, and it was a sad smile but also a real one. He'd say of course he's in the top 3%, Padfoot, he's a Potter, what did you expect? He'd probably be slightly smug about it. The smile held. And then he'd say, but what does he want, because that was the thing James always, underneath the confidence and the showing off, James always asked what you wanted. Not just what you were capable of. What do you want, Harry? Harry turned the question over. What did he want? He looked at the ceiling. He looked at the candle on the bedside table, which he'd moved there himself this morning when he was practicing not apologizing for what he could do. I want to actually learn, he said. Not the managed version. Not the kept-in-my-place version. I want to know what I'm actually capable of and then I want to use it. He looked at Sirius. I want to end this war. Not survive it, end it. Whatever Voldemort is, whatever the prophecy says, I want to walk into that final confrontation as myself. The actual version of myself. And Dumbledore's trial? Sirius asked. I'm testifying, Harry said. I'll say what happened. I'll say what the charms did. I won't make it more than it is, and I won't make it less. He paused. He doesn't get to be a monster and he doesn't get to be a martyr. He gets to be what he actually was, someone who was brilliant and wrong and certain that the wrongness was justified. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Outside, the castle had gone its night-deep quiet. James would like you, Sirius said. He wouldn't be able to help it. He'd try, he'd want to be objective about his own kid, but within about 3 minutes he'd have completely given up on that and would be sitting exactly where I'm sitting right now, looking at you with exactly this expression. Harry didn't say anything for a moment. What expression? He asked finally. Sirius considered. Something between terrified and completely in awe, he said. Which is apparently just what it feels like to love a Potter. The candle on the bedside table burned. The lake moved outside in the dark. Somewhere above them, the castle went on being itself, ancient and enormous and entirely indifferent to the human business it had been housing for 1,000 years, and Harry lay back on his pillow and let the warmth of the moment settle alongside the everything else. 22 charms still in place. Getting there. Chapter 4, What He Actually Is. The third removal session happened on a Wednesday morning with rain against the windows and Bill Weasley in a good mood, which Harry had learned meant things were going to get complicated in interesting ways. Second layer today, Bill said, setting up the diagnostic schematic with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing this long enough that it was muscle memory. The anchor charms first, we pull those, and the others in this layer lose their structural support. Think of it like pulling the load-bearing wall and watching the partition walls come down with it. How many in the second layer? 7. But the anchor is doing work for 3 of them, so effectively we're making 4 independent removals and the rest follow. He looked at Harry over the diagnostic. The self-worth suppressor is in this layer. I want to warn you again, when that one comes out, the recalibration is significant. You've had it in place for a very long time, and it's been actively revising your self-assessment for years. When it's gone, there can be a period of disorientation. Your instincts about your own capabilities have been running against a current your entire life. When the current stops, I might overcorrect, Harry said. Or you might just suddenly see yourself accurately and it might feel like overcorrecting because the accurate version is so far from what you're used to. Bill looked at him directly. Let it settle before you judge it. Whatever you feel about what you can do, in the week after this session, give it time before you decide what's real. Harry nodded. Understood. Sirius was in the window chair again. He'd stopped pretending this was a temporary arrangement, he had a book now, and a second cup of tea, and the general air of someone who had decided this chair was his for the duration. The anchor charm came out first and it was nothing like the previous removals. The first session had been warmth, expansion, the tide going out. The second had been more complex, layered pressures releasing in sequence. This was abrupt, a sharp pulling sensation behind his sternum, like a thread yanked loose from deep fabric, and then a cascade. He felt 4 charms come out in the span of about 90 seconds. The world got louder. Not audibly, the hospital wing was as quiet as it had been before. But the internal volume of his own presence in himself went up dramatically, everything more immediate and more real, and the most disorienting part was that it was his own thoughts that got louder. His own instincts. The running commentary of his own mind that had been muffled under 7 layers of artificial management came up suddenly to something approaching its actual level. He sat very still and let it adjust. The self-worth suppressor was last. Bill worked slowly on it, narrating as he went, "I'm detaching the deep anchor points, you'll feel pressure in your chest and possibly behind your eyes, tell me if it's sharp," and Harry felt it, a long slow building pressure that was almost unbearable for about 30 seconds and then released. Complete silence in his own chest. Then something filled the silence that he didn't have a word for. Not arrogance, it didn't feel like arrogance, it didn't feel inflated or puffed up. It felt like stepping into a room that had always been yours and noticing for the first time that it fit. Like putting on a coat that was actually your size after years in one that was 3 sizes too small and had been telling you all along that this is what coats feel like, this is normal, you just have small shoulders. He sat with it. "Harry," Bill said. "I'm here. Talk to me." He thought about what to say. He thought about the last 4 years, the reflexive disclaimers, the self-minimizing, the constant attribution of his own successes to luck or accident or someone else's work. He thought about every time he'd said "I just got lucky" and genuinely believed it. "I think," he said carefully, "that I've been wrong about myself for a very long time." Bill made a note. "Say more." "The basilisk," Harry said. "I thought I survived it because I got lucky. Wrong place at the right time, sword fell out of the hat, Fawkes showed up." He paused. "But Fawkes came to me. He came specifically to me, in the chamber, because I'd proven loyalty to Dumbledore, which is its own complicated thing now, but also because my magic called him. I didn't passively receive help. Something in me reached out and help came." He turned his hands over in his lap, looking at them. "The Patronus. Lupin said it was extraordinary for someone my age. I thought he was being encouraging. I think he was actually just describing what was true." "Yes," Bill said. "He was. I've been operating at a fraction of what I am," Harry said. "Not with pride, with something closer to the feeling of looking at a long bill that's finally been sorted. And I didn't know. I genuinely didn't know." "No," Bill said. "You didn't." He capped his pen. "That's the insidious design of it. It didn't feel like suppression because you had no reference point for what unsuppressed felt like. The charmed state was your entire experiential baseline." Sirius had put his book down. Harry looked at his hands for a moment longer. Then he looked up at Bill. "How much is left?" 15 enchantments. 3rd, 4th, and residual layers." Bill's expression was professionally neutral, but there was something underneath it. "Harry, I want to be honest with you. The 1st and 2nd layers were the most architecturally significant. The remaining 15 they're not minor, but they're more like the finishing work on top of the structure rather than the structure itself. The fundamental suppression is largely gone now." He paused. "What you're experiencing right now, after today's session, this is close to what you actually are. The remaining removals will refine it, not redefine it." Harry sat with that sentence. "This is close to what you actually are." "Okay," he said. "What am I actually going to be able to do?" Bill looked at him. "I think we need to find out," he said. "And I think we need to find out here, in a controlled space, before you walk back into the world." The controlled space ended up being the defense against the dark arts classroom, which was empty because no one had taught there since Moody, the real Moody, the fake Moody, the whole wretched situation, and which had enough room to work and enough distance from other students that if something unexpected happened, it would happen privately. Sirius came. Pomfrey came, with her diagnostic chart, which Harry was beginning to think of as his shadow. Bill came. Hermione and Ron were not invited for this session, which Hermione had accepted with the expression of someone who was genuinely trying to trust Harry's judgment about his own process and finding it difficult. Harry stood in the middle of the classroom with his wand out. "Start simple," Bill said from the doorway. "Something you know. Something you've done before." Harry thought about simple. He raised his wand and cast Lumos. The light that came out of his wand was not the soft glow he'd been producing for 4 years. It was immediate and brilliant and filled the room completely, reached every corner without diminishing, the quality of it like daylight compressed into a single point. Everyone in the doorway went slightly still. Harry looked at it. He didn't feel surprised. That was the strange part, he didn't feel surprised, because whatever had been monitoring his own reactions and flagging them as too much was gone, and without that monitor running, the light just felt like what Lumos was supposed to feel like. Adequate. Correct. He extinguished it. "Right," he said. "What else?" "Shielding," Pomfrey said, from her position near the diagnostic. "Cast a shielding charm." He cast Protego. The shield that materialized in front of him was about 3 times the physical scale of what he'd produced before, a shimmering layered barrier that Bill Weasley, who walked forward and pressed his palm against it experimentally, described as equivalent to a fully trained Auror's field shield. "You're 14, Bill said, pulling his hand back. "Apparently," Harry said. Sirius was leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed and an expression that his face was clearly too small to contain. "Summoning," Bill said. "Accio, that chair." Harry looked at the chair at the far end of the classroom. He did not point his wand. He barely thought about it. He said, "Accio," and the chair crossed the 20 feet of classroom in approximately a quarter second, and he caught it one-handed without really looking. "He didn't point his wand," Pomfrey said quietly, "not to anyone in particular." "I noticed," Bill said. "Do you need to?" Sirius asked Harry. Harry thought about it honestly. The wand felt like, he turned it over in his fingers. It felt like a tool, precise and useful, but not required for everything. He'd always known theoretically that powerful enough wizards could work without wands, but he'd also always filed that under "not me, not my situation, that's for different people." The filing system, he thought, had been operating under the management of a self-worth suppressor. "I don't know exactly what I can do without it," he said. "I know I can do some things." "The candle," Sirius said. The candle was intuitive. Small. He paused. "I want to know the outer edge of what's there. Not to show off, I want an accurate map. So I can plan." Bill nodded like that was exactly the right answer to have given. "We'll work on mapping it over the next few sessions. Today I want to see your base spell work, shielding, summoning, transfiguration, something in the offensive category. Not to judge it. To baseline it." "Offensive," Harry said. "Show me a target." Bill conjured a practice dummy at the end of the room, the kind used in Auror training, designed to absorb direct spell fire and record impact. Harry looked at it from 30 feet away. He cast Expelliarmus. The dummy blew backwards and hit the stone wall and left an impression in the stone. Nobody said anything for a moment. "That's a disarming charm," Bill said eventually. "Yes," Harry agreed. "That's not what a disarming charm is supposed to look like." "Apparently it is now." Sirius uncrossed his arms. He walked across the classroom and looked at the impression in the stone and looked back at Harry with an expression that was cycling through things too quickly to track. "Harry," he said. "I know." "No, I mean," Sirius stopped. Started again. "James once cast an Expelliarmus at a wall in frustration during a practice session at Hogwarts and it made a scuff mark." A scuff. He was 17. He looked at the impression in the stone. "You're 14. Bill said the core registers in the top 3% of adult wizards in Britain," Harry said. "With 7 of the 28 removed now. That's not the top 3% of teenagers. That's the top 3% of fully trained adult wizards." He paused, not with arrogance but with the clear-eyed assessment of someone reading a diagnostic chart for the first time. I don't think that's fully settled yet, either. I think it keeps going up as the removal continues. Bill was writing rapidly on his parchment, but he looked up at that. Yes, he said. That's my assessment as well. Then where does it stop? I don't know, Bill said honestly. I've never removed this level of suppression from anyone before. Nobody has. The cases that exist in the literature are nothing like this in scope. He paused. I don't know where it stops. Harry looked at the impression in the wall. He looked at his wand. He thought about Voldemort in the graveyard, newly risen, powerful, the gloating certainty of someone who had spent years preparing for a confrontation with a boy he believed was manageable. Good, Harry said. He wrote to Mrs. Figg that afternoon. He sat at the desk in the hospital wing with parchment and a quill and he wrote, without overthinking it, in his actual voice, the one that didn't apologize for itself and didn't minimize and didn't add disclaimers to every line. Dear Mrs. Figg, I read your letter in the Great Hall yesterday. I want you to know that I don't blame you for the years at Privet Drive. You reported what you saw to someone you trusted, and he made a choice about what to do with your reports. That's his failure, not yours. Thank you for the times you looked out for me. Even the cat photos. Especially the cat photos, they were genuinely pretty awful but you meant them kindly and I knew that even then. I'm well. I'm getting better, actually, in a way I didn't know was possible. If you want to meet properly at some point, I'd like that. Harry he sealed it and gave it to one of the school owls and watched it go out the window into the rainy afternoon. Then he read the Gringotts letter again. He'd been turning it over since McGonagall's office, the specific phrase inconsistent with established family protocols, the implication of something filed in the narrow window between his parents' death and Sirius's arrest. He thought about what Sirius had said, someone who knew, that night, that I was going after Peter. Dumbledore had known. He had been operating that night on information that very few people had, and he had moved quickly in its aftermath to arrange the conditions of Harry's life with a thoroughness that, in retrospect, was almost architectural. Keep him with the Muggles. Keep him away from the magical world. Keep him unaware of what he was. And for good measure, embed 28 compulsion charms to ensure that when he finally arrived in that world, he arrived compliant. He thought about what Dumbledore had said to him across that enormous desk, over the years. The half-answers. The "you're too young to understand." The "when the time is right." He thought about it now without the trust elevation charm running, without the compliance modifier, without the self-worth suppressor telling him that Dumbledore probably knew better than Harry did about Harry. He thought, you were going to send me to die. Not dramatically. He wasn't performing the thought for an audience. He was just following the logic of what he knew about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about what Dumbledore had been building. A hero-shaped instrument, refined and managed and pointed at the problem. Whether Dumbledore had ever thought of Harry as a person who might survive the process, or whether survival had always been a secondary consideration, Harry didn't know. He couldn't know until the trial. Maybe not even then. He filed it alongside the other things in the drawer. He'd go through the drawer at Gringotts, first. Sirius had arranged the Gringotts visit for Thursday morning. They went by Ministry Port Key, Bones had expedited the travel authorization, and Harry found that Amelia Bones expediting things had a quality of done to it that was not available through other channels. They arrived in Diagon Alley at 9:30, in the narrow alley beside Gringotts where Port Key arrivals were received, and stepped out into the busy morning of a street that was operating under the specific heightened energy of a community in the middle of a story about itself. Harry noticed the noticing as they walked. He was dressed in plain robes without anything identifying except his face, and his face was apparently sufficient. People saw him, clocked who he was, and their expressions did the sequence. Recognition. Calculation about the current situation. Decision about what to say or not say. Most people said nothing, which he respected. A few looked like they wanted to and didn't, which he also respected. One elderly witch stopped dead on the pavement and said, "You look just like your father," with an expression of profound emotion, and Harry said, "I know," because it seemed like the right answer, and she pressed his hand briefly and moved on. One young wizard, maybe 17, leaned to his friend as Harry passed and said, loud enough to hear, "There he is, then. The managed one." Harry kept walking. He was aware it was not a cruel observation. It was just accurate, and accuracy had to count for something. Gringotts was cool and marble quiet inside, the way it always was, and the goblins were doing what goblins always did, conducting the business of other people's money with the dedication of a species that found currency genuinely interesting. Sirius spoke to the goblin at the front desk, who summoned a different goblin, who led them with a short bow to a door off the main hall that Harry had never been through before. Ragnarok was shorter than Harry had imagined from the letter. He sat behind a desk that was scaled to goblin proportions and looked at Harry with large amber eyes that missed nothing. He did not offer a handshake. Goblins and handshakes had a complicated history, but he offered a nod that carried the weight of a formal acknowledgement. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Black. Please sit." They sat. Ragnarok opened a leather folder and extracted several documents, arranging them on the desk with the methodical care of someone who was about to present a case. "I will begin with the estate summary," he said. "And then proceed to the irregularity." The estate summary was, in several ways, staggering. The Potter family had been significant for several generations, old money in the wizarding sense, accumulated through centuries of skilled work and not unskillful investment, combined with what Ragnarok described as considerable political influence during formative periods of wizarding governance in Britain. The primary vault contained assets Harry had not imagined. The property holdings included the family home in Godric's Hollow, which Ragnarok noted was sealed and untouched since the night of the attack, 3 other properties, and what appeared to be a cottage in the Scottish Highlands whose deed Harry had never heard mentioned. "The trust vault," Harry said. "The one I've been drawing from for school expenses." "Yes," Ragnarok said. "A standard trust vault established for your first birthday. Disbursements for education, minor personal expenses, entirely normal." He paused. "What is not normal is the secondary covenant." He placed a document on the desk. It was old, Harry could see the age of the parchment, and the handwriting was not familiar, but the signature at the bottom was. He'd seen that signature on school notices and official letters and the bottom of formal ministry correspondence for 4 years. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The covenant was filed on November 1, 1981, Ragnarok said. "The date your parents died." He said it without softening or embellishment. "It authorized a quarterly disbursement from your trust vault into an account registered to a charitable trust operating under the banner of Phoenix Educational Foundation." Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius was looking at the document with an expression that was very still. "A quarterly disbursement," Harry said. "How much?" "Over the course of 13 years, Ragnarok said, the total disbursements amount to approximately 18,000 galleons." The room was very quiet. "From my vault," Harry said. "From your vault." "Without my knowledge." "Without your knowledge, and without the knowledge of any legal guardian, your guardian of record at that time, as we now understand was technically irregular, was Albus Dumbledore himself via the power of the covenant." Ragnarok folded his hands. "The Phoenix Educational Foundation, upon examination of its records, appears to have funded a number of projects. Some of these were genuinely educational. Some were logistical, including the expenses of operating what appears to be an informal intelligence network." He paused. "We believe the Order of the Phoenix may have been partly funded by your trust vault, Mr. Potter." Harry sat with that for a long time. He felt the anger, not the surface anger, not the hot reactive anger, but the deep cold version of it, the kind that didn't need to shout. He felt it register, acknowledge it as accurate and appropriate, and then he set it aside for practical purpose. "I want it stopped immediately," he said. "All disbursements. And I want a full accounting, every payment, every destination, every project funded." Already done, Ragnock said. Disbursements were suspended when we identified the irregularity. The full accounting has been prepared. He produced another folder. We will also be forwarding documentation to Madame Bone's department, as we consider this a matter of financial crime in addition to the existing charges. What about the covenant itself? Sirius asked. His voice was very level. Void, Ragnock said. Under wizarding contract law, a covenant executed by a party who had no legal authority to execute it, which Dumbledore did not, on November 1, 1981, because no formal guardianship order had been issued and the natural magical guardian, Mr. Black, was not yet legally disqualified, is void ab initio. It never had legal force. He looked at Harry with the amber eyes. You are owed restitution of the full 18,000 galleons, plus accrued interest at standard Gringotts rates. Harry nodded. And the signature, he said. You said it was inconsistent with established family protocols. What does that mean exactly? Ragnock took a moment to answer, and a goblin taking a moment before answering was itself a kind of answer. The Potter family maintained a verification protocol for all covenant-level transactions. A blood seal, combined with a specific identification phrase known only to the account holder. He paused. The November 1981 document contains a signature that reads as Albus Dumbledore's, but it does not contain the blood seal. It contains instead a wax impression using a seal that is consistent with the Dumbledore personal signet but which was applied in a way that mimics rather than actually provides the required verification. He forged it, Harry said. That is the assessment of our forensic team, Ragnock said. Yes. Harry put his hands flat on the desk and looked at them for a moment. Then he looked at Ragnock. I'd like to see the full estate details. All 4 properties, all vaults, everything. And I'd like to understand what was held in protective storage, the instruments of significant magical value your letter mentioned. Ragnock inclined his head. Of course. We anticipated this request. He opened a third folder. There are several items of note. A family wand, an ancestral piece, pre-Ollivander manufacture, which has been in protective storage since it was deposited by your grandfather. He paused. There is also a sealed letter from your parents, Mr. Potter. Deposited on October 29, 1981, 3 days before they died. Marked to be opened upon your majority, or upon the cessation of all guardianship covenants. His voice was very even. The cessation of the illegal covenant occurred when we voided it this week. The letter is available to you. Harry's hands were flat on the desk and very still. Now, he asked. If you wish. He looked at Sirius. Sirius looked back at him with an expression that was too complicated to read quickly, and Harry thought about whether he wanted Sirius to be there when he read it and decided yes, absolutely yes, in the same way he'd decided about the arrest and the diagnostic sessions and every other thing he'd decided this week. Not because he needed someone to lean on but because Sirius was his and he was Sirius's and the family they were building was real. Yes, Harry said. Now. Ragnock left them alone in the office with the letter. The envelope was thick, quality parchment, and his mother's handwriting was on the front. He knew it was his mother's because he'd held on to the one photograph where you could see a Christmas card in the background and had memorized the shape of the letters there. For Harry, when the time is right. He opened it. There were 2 pages. One in his mother's hand, one in his father's. He read his mother's first. She wrote the way people wrote when they knew time was short and had made peace with it, not frantic, not overwritten, but deliberate. Each word placed where she wanted it. She wrote that she loved him, which took 3 lines and was not at all insufficient. She wrote that she believed he would be extraordinary, not because of prophecy or destiny but because of who he already was at 15 months, the way he laughed, the way he reached for things, the absolute fearlessness of his curiosity. She wrote that she had done everything she could to make sure he would be safe and that she was sorry if the ways she had done that had been imperfect, because they had been, because all ways were. She wrote that whatever the world tried to tell him about what he was, He should listen to himself instead, because she'd learned in her short life that the self knew things the world didn't. She wrote at the end, "You're going to be so much more than anyone expects. Trust that. Trust yourself. Be loud when the world wants you to be quiet. We were always proudest when you were most yourself." He read it twice. His father's page was different in tone. James Potter had written, apparently, the way he spoke, which was with energy and forward momentum and the assumption that the reader was right there with him. Right, so. Harry. If you're reading this, things went sideways, which, we thought they might, honestly, and your mother and I talked it over and decided that if this letter gets to you then we want you to know the full thing. You're a Potter. That means something beyond a name. It means you come from a line of people who looked at the world and said, this could be better, and then went and made it better, sometimes messily and sometimes brilliantly and always loudly. The loudly part is important. The Potters have never been quiet and I see no reason you should start. Your magical core is something remarkable. Your mother felt it when you were born and she described it as standing next to a bonfire, how immediate it was. You got that from both of us and from the line we come from, but mostly I think you made it your own the moment you arrived. Don't let anyone make you small. Don't let anyone tell you the ceiling is lower than it is. There is no ceiling for what you can do if you stop accepting the ones other people build for you. I'm sorry I'm not there. I'd have been so excited to see who you became. I'd have been absolutely insufferable about it. Sirius would have been worse. We'd have embarrassed you thoroughly and we'd have been worth it. I love you. Your mum loves you. We both loved every hour we had. Dad. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. Sirius had leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and was looking at the middle distance with wet eyes that he was not making any attempt to conceal, which was, Harry thought, exactly the right response. He thought about what his father had written. Don't let anyone tell you the ceiling is lower than it is. He thought about the self-worth suppressor and what it had been doing for 14 years, the continuous revision downward. He thought about James Potter writing this not knowing it would be read by a 14-year-old who had spent his entire life inside magical architecture built by someone else. He wrote we'd have been worth it, Harry said, his voice steady except where it wasn't. The embarrassing bit. He assumed I'd be embarrassed by it. You would have been, Sirius said, equally rough at the edges. Regularly. And he'd have loved that too. Yeah. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it in the inside pocket of his robes. It sat against his chest with the weight of something that had been waiting for a very long time. He took a breath. Right, he said. What's next? What was next was Ollivander. Not because Harry's wand needed replacing, his wand was fine, the phoenix feather core and 11 inches of holly had been right for him since he was 11. But the ancestral wand from the vault was another question, and Sirius had thought, and Harry had agreed, that Ollivander was the person to look at it. The shop was its usual dim and wandering self. Ollivander emerged from the back with the uncanny promptness of a man who had heard them before they knocked, which Harry suspected was not metaphorical. He looked at Harry the way he always did, like Harry was a mathematical problem he was continuously working on, a variable that kept changing. His pale eyes moved over Harry's face with the particular quality of someone who could see things others couldn't. Mr. Potter, he said. You look different. People keep saying that, Harry said. I mean magically, Ollivander said. You are significantly more present than you were the last time I saw you. He tilted his head slightly. The removals. Bill Weasley's work. Yes. I heard. He looked at Harry for another long moment. Your wand knows, he said. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. It has been waiting for you to arrive fully. Is that, metaphorical? Ollivander considered. Partly. Wands are not merely tools. They are, in some sense, relationships. Yours has been in a relationship with a portion of you, a constrained portion. The relationship will change. He held out his hand. May I? Harry gave him the holly wand. Ollivander held it and was still for a moment. "Yes," he said quietly. "Yes, there it is. The resonance has already shifted since the previous sessions." He gave it back. "It will continue to shift. Do not be startled when your magic through this wand feels different than it did last week. It is simply responding to the larger space it now has to work in." "And this," Harry said, producing the ancestral wand from the velvet case Ragnarok had given him. Ollivander looked at it without taking it for a moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and held it. His expression became extremely focused. "This is very old," he said. "Pre-Ollivander, as I was told it might be. Elder manufacture, 2nd generation." He turned it over. "The core is, I've only seen 2 of these. Dragon heartstring of a Romanian longhorn, triple braided. This wand was made for a potter. Not this potter specifically, but this line." He looked up. "It has been waiting for its witch or wizard. You're the first potter since your grandfather who might actually be able to use it." "What does it do?" Sirius asked. "What does it do?" Ollivander repeated, with the faint tone of a teacher for whom the question revealed something about the asker. "The better question is what doesn't it do? A wand like this does not so much expand your ability as remove the friction between your intent and your outcome. Whatever you intend to do magically, this wand will assist in removing the obstacles between the intent and the result." He set it carefully back in the velvet case. "My advice would be to wait. Use it when you understand more fully what you are. If you use it now, before the removals are complete, you may find the experience overwhelming." "Overwhelming how?" Ollivander's pale eyes met his. "Your intentions are powerful, Mr. Potter. With this wand conducting them, and your current core after only partial removal, the effect would be significant." He paused. "The first time you use it, do so somewhere very open." He handed it back. Harry looked at it in its case, dark wood, old as something that had no business still being intact, inscribed along its length with notation he couldn't read. He closed the case and put it in his bag. "I'll wait," he said. Ollivander nodded with the expression of someone who had been hoping to hear that. "One more thing," he said, and his voice shifted just slightly, less professional, more personal. "You came here 11 years ago, almost, and I told you your wand had a twin. That the Dark Lord's wand shares the same core, phoenix feather from the same phoenix." He paused. "I told you the connection was significant. I have been thinking about what that connection means, in light of what I now know about your suppressed core." Harry looked at him. "When you were being suppressed, when your magical core was artificially reduced, you and the Dark Lord were in a sense more evenly matched than you appeared," Ollivander said. "The suppression brought you down toward a meeting point. Without it," he paused, choosing words with care, "the connection between your wands reflects a different balance than it did before." "He doesn't know that," Harry said. "No," Ollivander said. "He does not." Harry thought about that. About Voldemort's calculation, the boy he'd faced in the graveyard, the boy he'd been planning around, the boy shaped by Dumbledore's design. He thought about Voldemort's certainty. "Good," Harry said, for the second time that week. Thursday evening, Harry gathered Hermione and Ron. Not in the hospital wing, he was done with the hospital wing as a residence, had convinced Pomfrey he could manage the remaining sessions while sleeping in Gryffindor Tower like a normal student. He'd moved back that afternoon, and sitting in his own dormitory in his own bed surrounded by his own limited collection of things felt, after a week of the most dramatic events of his life, remarkably grounding. He'd told them the Gringotts details because they needed to know and because he trusted them and because, with the compliance charm gone and the self-worth suppressor gone and his own instincts operating at something approaching full volume, he knew the difference between telling people things out of charmed obligation and telling people things because they were genuinely his people. Hermione had gone through about 4 distinct shades of outrage at the vault disbursements, the forged covenant, the sealed letter, all of it. She was writing notes while he talked, which was Hermione processing difficult things, and he'd learned not to take it personally. Ron had sat quietly through most of it, and when Harry finished had said, 18,000 galleons, in the tone of someone for whom that number was viscerally significant. Yeah. From your account. That he just took. Essentially. Ron looked at him for a moment with the particular Ron expression that was mostly still water over depth. You're remarkably calm about this. I'm very angry, Harry said. The calm is just what I look like when I'm being precise about the anger. Ron considered this. Right, he said. That's new. Several things are new. The Expelliarmus that left an impression in a stone wall is new, Hermione said without looking up from her notes. Bill told me. He wasn't supposed to, he told me because he thought I should know what the situation was, she said, looking up now, direct. Harry. I need to ask you something and I want you to answer it honestly without managing me. Go on. Are you scared? She asked. Genuinely. Not of Voldemort, we're all scared of Voldemort in the abstract, that's not what I mean. I mean of this. She gestured in a way that encompassed everything. Of who you're becoming. Of what's in you. Of the fact that nobody knows where the ceiling is. He sat with the question. He thought about the impression in the stone. About the lumos that filled the room. About the letter from his parents sitting against his chest. About Ollivander's voice saying the first time you use it, do so somewhere very open. No, he said. Not scared. I've spent 4 years scared of a lot of things, and looking back, a significant portion of that fear was artificially maintained to keep me reactive rather than strategic. What I feel now is, he paused, finding the word, ready. I feel ready. In a way I don't think I've ever felt. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and returned to her notes. Okay, she said. Then we should start preparing for the trial properly. Agreed, Harry said. Ron stretched his legs out on his bed. What do we need? Everything, Hermione said, with the brisk energy of someone who had been waiting for a practical task. The full legal record. Pomfrey's diagnostic testimony. Bill's removal notes. The Gringotts' financial evidence. Mrs. Figg's letter. McGonagall's compliance scan results. She looked up. And we need to think about who else might have been charmed. Who else in this world was managed by Dumbledore in ways that produced compliance, teachers, ministry officials, Wisengamot members, and whether any of them are going to stand up at that trial and defend him. Some of them will, Harry said. Some of them will, she agreed. And we need to be ready for that. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said in the corridor before Bones' Aurors had taken him away. I assume there is a diagnostic chart. Then I won't insult everyone's time by pretending otherwise. He thought about the way that moment had sat with him since he'd heard it on the stairs, the strange mixture of grief and fury and something that was almost respect, in the specific way you could respect someone's decision to stop lying even while everything they'd done before the decision appalled you. He's not going to fight it, Harry said. Ron looked at him. At the trial. He's not going to deny the evidence. He'll argue justification, necessity, the greater good, the war. But he won't say he didn't do it. He looked at his hands. Which means the trial isn't going to be about whether it happened. It's going to be about what it means. That's a harder trial, Hermione said. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. Outside the dormitory windows, the last of the day's light was fading from the Scottish sky, going gold and then copper and then the deep purple that came before dark. Harry watched it go. He thought about the wand in its case in his bag, the ancestral thing waiting for its moment. He thought about 4 remaining removal sessions and what was left in the 3rd and 4th layers. He thought about Voldemort, not with dread, but with the clean cold attention of someone looking at a problem they intend to solve. He thought about his father writing, "There is no ceiling for what you can do if you stop accepting the ones other people build for you." The ceiling was gone. He was still finding out what was on the other side of it. Chapter 5, The Trial. The Wisengamot convened on a Thursday in June, 3 weeks after Dumbledore's arrest, in courtroom 10. Harry had been in this room once before, or rather, the room had been in his head once before, borrowed from Dumbledore's pensive in a moment he'd never been supposed to see. He'd watched Bartemius Crouch Sr. preside over a Death Eater trial with the specific energy of a man performing justice rather than delivering it, and he'd watched Dumbledore in that memory too, seated in the gallery, watching, already calculating. Walking into it now felt like closing a loop he hadn't known was open. The chamber was larger than he'd remembered from the memory, or perhaps the memory had been filtered through a child's borrowed perspective, reduced the way everything had been reduced. It was tiered, stone benches rising in concentric semicircles around a central stone floor where a single chair waited with chains at its arms, and those chains were the detail that made the room what it was. They announced their purpose without ambiguity. Dumbledore was already seated in the chair when Harry arrived. He was not chained. The chains were ceremonial for trials of this profile, apparently, reserved for actual dangerous prisoners rather than 70-something former headmasters attending their own hearing voluntarily. He sat without restraint, in plain grey robes that Harry had never seen him wear before, stripped of the usual theatrical display of colour and celestial embroidery. He looked old. Not the distinguished old that had always been part of his presence, but genuinely, physically old, the kind that arrived when someone stopped performing the alternative. He looked up when Harry came in. Their eyes met across the courtroom. Harry held the eye contact for a moment, clean, steady, without the old pull of the trust elevation charm that would have softened the look into something warmer, and then went to the witness preparation area on the left side of the chamber where Amelia Bones had told him to wait. Sirius was already there. He had, over the 3 weeks since the arrest, undergone a transformation of his own: clean robes, hair pulled back, the careful deliberate presentation of a man who had decided that looking like someone who'd been living rough in cave systems was no longer useful. His formal pardon, expedited through Bones' office with the combined weight of the Gringotts evidence and the diagnostic discoveries, had come through the previous week. Sirius Black, free and legal, had walked out of the DMLE building on a Tuesday afternoon, and Harry had been there, and the expression on Sirius's face when he stepped into sunlight without looking over his shoulder for the first time in 13 years was something Harry had filed in a place he intended to keep. "You ready?" Sirius said. "Yes," Harry said. "No qualifier." "No, I think so, or as ready as I'll ever be." "Just yes." Sirius looked at him with the expression he'd been wearing with increasing frequency since the hospital wing. "Your parents would be, 'Don't make me cry before I testify,'" Harry said. "Right. Timing. Fair." Sirius straightened his own robes. "Bones is calling witnesses in order of evidence type, physical evidence first, then expert testimony, then personal testimony. You're last." "I know. Which means you'll have been sitting in here for about 3 hours before they call you." "I know that too." "You can leave the chamber between witnesses if you—" "I'm not leaving," Harry said. "I want to hear all of it." Sirius looked like he'd expected that answer and had asked anyway, the way you asked a question you knew the answer to because asking it was its own kind of care. The Wisengamot filled the stone benches in their plum robes and Harry watched them settle with the new clear eyes that had been operating since the removal sessions. He counted 53 present out of the full 71 seated members, a strong quorum for a hearing that everyone had known would be significant. Madame Bones presided from the center chair of the top tier with the calm authority of someone who had been preparing this case for 3 weeks and was entirely at home in the material. To her left, the ministry's senior legal advocate, a sharp-faced witch named Cordelia Vance, who Harry had been told was the best trial lawyer the ministry employed. To Bones' right, Dumbledore's advocate, a man named Gawain Pemberton, who had apparently agreed to take the case after 4 other advocates had declined it, and who had the expression of a man who understood exactly what he'd signed up for. Harry noted that Pemberton did not look like a man preparing to argue innocence. He looked like a man preparing to argue something else. The Wisingamot is in session, Bones said, and the chamber went quiet with the specific quality of a room full of people who have been waiting for something for a long time. These proceedings concern 17 formal charges against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, with additional charges pending specialist analysis. The charges are entered in full into the record. She held up a scroll. Mr. Dumbledore, you have reviewed these charges with your advocate? I have, Dumbledore said. His voice was the same as it had always been, the cadence, the precision. He'd lost none of the instrument, only the costume. And how do you respond to the charges as entered? Pemberton was on his feet before Dumbledore could speak. The defendant wishes to address the chamber at the outset regarding the nature of his response, with the court's permission. Bones looked at him. We will take witness testimony first. The defendant will speak in his turn. Pemberton sat. Bones began. Pomfrey testified for 40 minutes. She had brought the diagnostic chart mounted on a portable board and she walked the Wisingamot through it with the methodical precision of a woman who had spent 3 weeks making sure she could explain every symbol and every designation in plain language that a non-specialist could follow. She was not emotional, she had, it appeared, spent her emotion in the hours after the initial discovery, and what remained was something harder and more useful. When she reached the section of the chart identifying the charms calibrated to a specific magical signature, Cordelia Vance asked her to confirm what that meant in practical terms. It means, Pomfrey said, that one of the compulsion charms embedded in Harry Potter's magical core was specifically designed to respond to the presence of Albus Dumbledore. When Harry was in proximity to Dumbledore, or considering Dumbledore's instructions, or evaluating Dumbledore's judgment against his own, this charm would activate an elevated trust response. It would make Dumbledore's assessment of any situation feel inherently more credible than Harry's own instincts. She paused. In non-specialist terms, this charm was designed to make Albus Dumbledore feel like someone whose judgment Harry could not sensibly question. Several members of the Wisingamot shifted on their benches. And in your professional assessment, Vance said, what is the intended effect of such a charm on a developing child? Dependency, Pomfrey said. Complete and artificial dependency on a specific individual's guidance. Paired with the compliance modifier and the magical suppression, it creates a subject who is both unable to fully access their own capabilities and simultaneously inclined to trust the very person responsible for that suppression above all others. A beat. In 31 years of practice I have never seen anything like it. This was not a single moment of poor judgment, this was deliberate, sustained, architectural work. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing and did it over years. Pemberton made no objection. He sat with his hands folded and his expression neutral. Harry, watching from the preparation area, thought, he's not going to fight the evidence. Not a single piece of it. That changed what this trial was. Bill testified for 50 minutes, covering the Cursebreaker's technical analysis. He was precise and unsparing and spoke entirely in the language of his profession, which was the language of things as they were rather than as anyone wished them to be. He confirmed the layered structure of the enchantments, the different casting dates, the deliberate architectural design. He confirmed the anchor charms. He confirmed that the total magical suppression, at its peak, had been operating at approximately 63% of Harry's natural capacity. 63% suppression, Vance repeated. Yes. Harry Potter, from approximately age 4 onward, has been operating at roughly 37% of his natural magical capacity. Bill looked at the Wisingamot steadily. By my assessment, with the first 2 layers removed and the third partially addressed, he is currently in the top 2% of active magical practitioners in Britain. With full removal, that number will rise further upward. The chamber noise was contained but present, an undertow of reaction that Bones let run for 3 seconds before the gavel came down. Harry looked at his hands. In the chair on the central floor, Dumbledore was still. Ragnarok testified via written deposition, goblins did not appear before wizarding courts by preference, a preference that had been established through several centuries of the wizarding world not handling the arrangement gracefully, and Bones had negotiated the written format in advance. The deposition was read into the record by a ministry clerk in a voice that managed to strip all color from what was, Harry felt, extremely colorful material. The forged covenant. The quarterly disbursements. 18,000 galleons over 13 years. The Phoenix Educational Foundation. Gawain Pemberton did not object to a single word of it. Several Wisengamot members were making notes. Several were looking at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at the floor with the expression of someone who has been doing arithmetic and has come to the expected result. Mrs. Figg testified in person. She had come from Surrey in her good robes and with the expression of someone who had been waiting to say something for 13 years and was not going to say it badly. She described her surveillance assignment. She described her reports to Dumbledore, specific language she remembered from those conversations, the conditions she had reported, the responses she had received. She described the mild compliance charm she had removed, and how its removal had changed her retrospective reading of those conversations. He told me, she said, that the blood protection required the placement with the Dursleys, that the conditions were unfortunate but manageable, and that my concern, while appreciated, wasn't the full picture. She paused. I believed him. Not because I was naive, I'm not a naive woman, but because a charm I didn't know I was under was specifically calibrated to make his reassurances feel adequate when they weren't. And in retrospect, Vance asked, what is your assessment of the conditions Harry Potter lived in? Harmful, Mrs. Figg said. Measurably, consistently harmful. And reported to Albus Dumbledore, in those terms, more than once. Lunch recess happened at 12:30. Harry ate almost nothing and did not leave the chamber, sitting in the preparation area with a glass of water and his hands on his knees, reviewing what he was going to say with the same method he'd been using all week, going through it once, not more, trusting that the clear thinking that had been building since the first removal session would be present when he needed it. Sirius had gone out and come back with a sandwich, which he placed next to Harry without comment. Harry ate half of it. Sirius ate the other half. They sat in comfortable silence while around them the administrative machinery of the Wisengamot sorted itself through the recess. McGonagall's up after lunch, Sirius said. And then me. And then the defense. Harry nodded. You're going to be asked about things that are personal, Sirius said. Not as a warning, as an acknowledgement. Bones told me she'll try to manage the personal questions from the defense side, but Pemberton is going to argue that Dumbledore did it for me, Harry said. For the war. For survival. And to do that he needs me to either be angry enough to look unstable or controlled enough to look coached. Sirius looked at him. I'm going to be neither, Harry said. I'm just going to be accurate. That's, Sirius started, and stopped. What? That's exactly what James would have said. He said it simply. Almost word for word. Harry finished his water. McGonagall testified after lunch with the precise, methodical force of a woman who had examined herself honestly and was reporting the results without softening them. She described her 4 years as Harry's head of house. She described the academic record discrepancies. She described her own compliance scan results and confirmed the 2 minor modifiers Pomfrey had found. When Pemberton cross-examined her, he asked, in your 4 years observing Mr. Potter, did he seem to you to be suffering? McGonagall looked at him. Harry Potter has presented consistently as a resilient, determined, capable young person, she said. I did not observe suffering in the theatrical sense. What I observed, in retrospect, was a student who never fully pushed back. Never demanded what he was entitled to. Never expressed appropriate anger at his treatment or appropriate confidence in his abilities. Those are not the characteristics of a thriving person, they are the characteristics of someone who has been conditioned against those responses. A pause. I mistook compliance for equanimity. That was my error. Pemberton moved on. McGonagall's eyes briefly found Harry's as she returned to her seat, and what was in them was the complicated thing that had been there since his visit to her office, not guilt exactly, not anymore, but something that had come out the other side of guilt into the territory of purpose. Harry Potter, Madame Bones said. He walked to the center of the chamber. He did not walk like someone who was nervous, which he wasn't. He did not walk like someone who was performing confidence, which he also wasn't. He walked like himself, the version of himself that had been assembling gradually since the first removal session, the version that occupied its own space without apology and without exaggeration. He sat in the central chair. The chains remained motionless at its arms. He looked at the Waisengamot. 53 people in plum robes looking back at him with the full range of human expression, some with sympathy, some with assessment, some with calculation, a few with the particular blankness of people who had not yet decided what to think. He noted Lucius Malfoy in the upper tier, and the very specific blankness on Malfoy's face, and filed that for later. "Mr. Potter," Bones began. "You have heard the medical and technical testimony presented this morning. Is there anything in that testimony that you wish to dispute or qualify?" "No," Harry said. "It's accurate. In your own words, can you describe what you have experienced since becoming aware of the compulsion enchantments in your magical core?" Harry took a breath. "The first thing I felt, when Madame Pomfrey told me what she'd found, was clarity," he said. "Not shock, exactly, though the information was shocking. It was more that things I'd been confused about for years, why I found it so hard to trust my own instincts, why I always assumed the responsible adults knew better even when what they were deciding wasn't working, why I attributed everything I managed to do to luck, suddenly had an explanation." He paused. "Compulsion magic of this type doesn't feel like anything from the inside. That's its design. It feels like your own thought process. The compliance feels like reasonable consideration. The suppression feels like your natural ceiling. You don't know you're in it because it builds the box around you before you've ever seen the outside of one." The chamber was very quiet. After the first removal session, he continued, things changed incrementally. The clearest change was that I stopped automatically revising my own assessments downward. I'd have a thought, an instinct about a person or a situation, and the charm had been taking that thought and running a correction on it. "Are you sure? You're probably missing something. Dumbledore would know better." When that stopped, I had to learn how to trust what was actually there. He looked at Bones steadily. "I'm still learning. But the direction is right." Vance took over for the specific evidentiary questions, the Dursleys, the vault, the details Bones wanted formally in the record. Harry answered each one with the same quality of attention, specific and accurate, neither embellished nor minimized. When Vance sat down, Pemberton rose. Harry looked at him. He was a tall man, Pemberton, with the slightly theatrical carriage of someone who had spent decades in courtrooms and had developed the physical vocabulary to go with it. He approached the center floor with the measured steps of someone who had thought carefully about how this was going to go. "Mr. Potter," he said. "I want to begin by acknowledging something directly. What has been documented in these proceedings, the enchantments, the disbursements, the conditions of your upbringing, caused you harm. Real, measurable harm. I am not here to argue otherwise." Harry waited. "What I am here to ask you," Pemberton continued, "is whether you have considered the context in which these decisions were made." He paused. In 1981, the wizarding world was at the end of a war that had killed hundreds. The Dark Lord had been eliminated, temporarily, as we now know, and the primary weapon by which he was defeated was you. An infant. The prophecy was known only to a handful of people, and those people were operating under the knowledge that if the information leaked, or if you were found by the Dark Lord's remaining followers, the result would be catastrophic. He looked at Harry. Albus Dumbledore made decisions under conditions of extreme pressure, with incomplete information, driven by the need to protect you, to protect this world, and to ensure that when the Dark Lord returned, which he believed inevitable, you would be ready. "Ready," Harry said. "Yes. 37% capacity is ready." Pemberton's expression didn't change. "The argument my client makes is not that the methods were ideal. The argument is that they were necessary. That a Harry Potter who fully understood his own power from a young age would not have survived. That the attention he would have attracted, the risks he would have taken, that's not an argument, Harry said. Pemberton paused. That's a theory, Harry said. An unprovable theory, about a version of me that never got to exist, being used to justify why I never got to exist. He looked at Pemberton clearly. I understand the shape of the argument. It's a good argument in the abstract, if you treat me as a problem to be managed rather than a person to be protected. If you accept the premise that what I was for was the war, and that what I was secondary to that. He paused. I don't accept that premise. You've had 3 weeks to develop your position under the influence of people who, I've had 3 weeks without 28 compulsion charms, Harry said. There's a difference. He kept his voice even. My position isn't something anyone gave me. It's what I think when I'm allowed to actually think. Pemberton shifted his approach. Mr. Potter, you testified that you feel clarity after the removal process. That things you were confused about now make sense. Is it possible that this clarity is itself a kind of distortion, that the removal of the charms, along with the significant recalibration of your magical core, has created a state of, Pemberton, Bones said, with a single-word warning quality. I'm exploring whether the witness's current state, he's asking if being less suppressed makes me unreliable, Harry said. He looked at Pemberton. The answer is no. And I'd note that the inverse argument, that being suppressed made me more reliable, is a particularly interesting one to make in a trial about illegal compulsion. There was a sound from the benches. Not quite laughter, something more uncomfortable than that, the sound of a room recognizing an argument it had not been expecting. Pemberton moved on. He asked about Harry's relationship with Dumbledore in general terms, the interactions over 4 years, the moments of guidance, the help given. Harry answered honestly, crediting what was true, the man had provided real help in real situations, had genuine affection for Harry that was not entirely manufactured, had made real sacrifices. He did not discard any of that. He held both things simultaneously, the genuine and the manipulative, the affection and the architecture, because they were both true and the truth was what he was there to give. So you acknowledge, Pemberton said, that Professor Dumbledore's actions toward you included genuine care? Yes, Harry said. And I acknowledge that you can genuinely care about someone and simultaneously build a cage around them and call it protection. He met Pemberton's eyes. The care doesn't undo the cage. They're just both true. Pemberton looked at him for a moment. Something shifted in the lawyer's professional expression, a small recalibration, the look of a man acknowledging that the witness was not going to give him what he came for. No further questions, he said. Dumbledore spoke last. Pemberton had argued for this privilege, the right of the defendant to address the Wizengamot directly, not as cross-examination but as statement. Bones had allowed it under the condition that it was non-interactive and limited to 20 minutes. Dumbledore stood from his chair. He was still old in the way he'd looked when Harry arrived, still stripped of the theatrical grandeur. But he was also still, in some fundamental way, himself, the quality of his attention, the precision of his thought, these were not things that circumstances could remove. He looked at the Wizengamot. I will not offer you denial, he said. The evidence is what it is, and it is accurate. A pause. What I will offer you is this. He turned, slightly, to look at the wall, and then back, the movement of someone organizing a long argument. In 1979, I heard a prophecy that told me a child would be born who could defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy gave me no methods. It gave me no guarantees. It gave me a child, a specific child, and the knowledge that everything that child was and became would be the difference between the survival of this world and its subjugation. He paused. I made a decision. A decision I believe any person in possession of that knowledge would understand, even if they reject it. I decided that the child needed to be shaped for what he was born to do. Harry watched him. The old pull of the trust elevation charm was gone entirely now, and without it, the thing he saw was complicated in the way he'd told Sirius it would be. Not a monster. Not a martyr. A man who had looked at an enormous problem and made a choice that had made sense to him and been catastrophically wrong in ways he'd either not allowed himself to examine or examined and discarded. "I was afraid," Dumbledore said. "I have not said that before, and I should have, because it is the most honest thing I can offer. I was afraid of what Harry Potter, fully himself and fully aware of his power, would become. I was afraid of the attention. Of the risk. Of a child with that much magical capacity and no framework for what to do with it." He paused. "And I was afraid that if he knew what he was truly capable of, the Dark Lord would know too. That knowledge, in the wrong hands, would have killed him before the prophecy could be fulfilled." He looked at Harry directly now. Harry held the look. The old warm inevitability was gone, and what he saw in Dumbledore's eyes instead was real, the genuine complicated reality of a man looking at the person his decisions had been made about, and finding that the person was more than the decisions had accounted for. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. "Not in the goal. I believed then and believe now that Voldemort must be defeated. I was wrong in the method. I treated a person as an instrument. I told myself the welfare of the many outweighed the rights of the one, and in this specific case, I was wrong to believe that calculation was mine to make." He looked back to the Wizengamot. "I am not asking for your sympathy. I am not asking for the lighter sentence. I am telling you the truth because Harry Potter deserves to hear it stated plainly, in a room full of witnesses, by the person who owes it to him." Silence. "Then, I am sorry, Harry." The chamber absorbed those words in its own silence, the particular weight of an apology from someone who had never in his career been in a position to need to give one. Harry looked at Dumbledore across the courtroom. He thought about what Sirius had said, about holding both things. The genuine and the architectural. The care and the cage. He thought about what his mother had written. The self knows things the world doesn't. He thought about what he wanted to say. He wasn't sure he was supposed to say anything. This wasn't a dialogue, it was testimony and statement. But Bones was watching him and she gave the faintest nod, the "if you have something to say this is the moment" nod of someone who had also been thinking about what Harry Potter deserved from this room. He stood up. "I hear you," Harry said. The acoustics of the chamber carried it clearly to every bench. "And I'm going to say what I think, which is that you were afraid of the wrong thing. You were afraid of what I'd become if I knew what I was. You should have been afraid of what you were becoming while managing what I'd become." He paused. "You took 18,000 galleons from a dead woman's son to fund a war. You forged legal documents the night her body was still warm. You placed compulsion charms on an infant." He looked at Dumbledore with clear, steady eyes. "None of that was the greater good. That was just a man who decided his judgment was better than everyone else's and stopped checking." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Yes," he said quietly. "That is accurate." "I know it is," Harry said. He sat back down. Bones sent the Wizengamot into deliberation at 4 in the afternoon. Harry went outside. The ministry atrium was busy with the standard afternoon traffic of a working day, people crossing the polished floor with the specific directional urgency of people who had somewhere to be. Harry walked to the fountain, the one with the wizard and the witch and the centaur and the house elf, the usual triumphant arrangement, and stood near it and felt the cool spray. He heard Sirius behind him and didn't have to turn to know it was him. 45 minutes, they said, Sirius said. That's fast. When the defendant doesn't dispute the evidence, deliberation is about sentencing range, not about verdict. He came to stand beside Harry at the fountain. Bones thinks 10 to 15 years, with his age taken into account. He's not young. Harry watched the spray. What happens to Hogwarts? McGonagall's been formally appointed. The Board of Governors met yesterday, it was unanimous. Which is interesting, because that's 17 people who've historically been fairly Dumbledore-aligned, voting unanimously to confirm his effective replacement. Sirius's voice was dry. Funny what evidence does to alignment. And the Order of the Phoenix? Disbanded, technically, since its funding is being investigated and its primary organizer is under arrest. But the people in it, Sirius paused, most of them are still there. They still believe in the fight. They just need new organization that isn't built on a charmed foundation. Harry turned that over. Are you going to rebuild it? Someone needs to. A beat. I was thinking it probably shouldn't be me, specifically. I've been legally disqualified from most things for 13 years and I'm learning to walk in straight lines again, let alone lead something. He looked at Harry sideways. I was thinking it should be you. I'm 14. You're in the top 2% of active magical practitioners in Britain, going on top 1, and you have the complete picture of what Voldemort is and what he wants, and you have no charmed obligation to anyone's approach except your own. Sirius's tone was matter-of-fact. Age is one of about 6 factors in this calculation and it's not in the top 3. Harry watched the fountain. He thought about leading something. Not the way Dumbledore had led, the managed approach, the information parceled out, the people shaped toward conclusions that had been reached in advance. Something different. Something where the people involved knew what they were walking into. Not yet, he said. After the removals are finished. After the trial. After I know what I actually am at full capacity. He paused. But yes. Sirius nodded. He'd expected that, too. They stood in silence for a few minutes, watching the fountain, while around them the ministry moved through its Thursday afternoon. Then Hermione appeared from the direction of the lifts, walking fast, with Ron behind her and the expression of someone carrying news. Deliberations are done, she said. 40 minutes. Harry turned away from the fountain. The chamber had filled up again. The public gallery, which had been at capacity since morning, was now somehow more at capacity, people compressed onto benches, standing in the back aisles, the particular energy of a room that was about to witness something irreversible. Harry took his seat in the preparation area. Sirius sat beside him. Dumbledore was in his chair again. He sat with his hands in his lap and his eyes on the floor, not in defeat exactly, in the careful stillness of someone who has said what they needed to say and is now attending to what follows. Madame Bones returned to her seat. She carried herself as she always did, like someone who had looked at the weight of what she was doing and determined it was appropriate to the task. The Wizengamot has reached a verdict, she said. On all 17 charges as entered, we find the defendant guilty. The public gallery made its sound. Bones let it run for 3 seconds. On sentencing, she continued, the Wizengamot has taken into account the defendant's age, his cooperation with these proceedings, his direct acknowledgement of culpability, and his service to this community over the course of a long career. She paused. We have also taken into account the duration and scope of the offenses, the specific vulnerability of the victim, the position of trust the defendant occupied, and the financial crimes documented in the Gringotts deposition. She looked at Dumbledore. The sentence is 12 years in Azkaban, with a review at 7 years. You will be stripped of your Order of Merlin, first class. You are permanently prohibited from holding any educational, governmental, or guardianship position in the wizarding community of Britain. Dumbledore received this without visible reaction. You are removed from the position of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot effective immediately. She paused. Does the defendant wish to make a final statement? Pemberton leaned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head briefly. Then this court is, I have won, Harry said. Bones looked at him. The gallery looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry stood up. He hadn't planned this, or rather, he'd had the thought once and decided against it and then felt his own instincts override the decision in real time, which was, he thought, exactly what Pomfrey had told him would happen when the compliance architecture came down. His instincts would start operating at full volume. This one was at full volume. I want to say something about what happens next, he said. The chamber acoustics held his voice the same way they'd held it before, clearly, to every corner. Not for the legal record. For the record of what I actually think. He looked at Dumbledore. You were building something, he said. Your whole life. A resistance, a framework, a way of fighting the darkest version of magical supremacy that this world has produced. You believed in it completely. And I'm not saying it was wrong to believe in it, the fight is real and it matters and you were right about that. He paused. What you were wrong about is that you could fight for people's freedom by removing someone else's. You can't. You can't build a world worth defending on a foundation of managed people. A beat. I'm going to finish the war. Not because you shaped me for it, in spite of that, and on my own terms. And the world I help build when it's over is going to be one where what happened to me doesn't happen to anyone else. He looked at Dumbledore for a moment longer. That's what I have to say, Harry said. He sat down. Dumbledore looked at him across the courtroom and the expression on the old face was not what Harry would have predicted from any version of Dumbledore he'd known. It was not the calculating benevolence. It was not the theatrical wisdom. It was something much smaller and much more real, something that looked, stripped of everything else, like a person recognizing a consequence they had not allowed themselves to fully anticipate. It looked, Harry thought, like someone seeing clearly for the first time in a very long time. Court is adjourned, Bones said. The DMLE officers arrived to escort Dumbledore from the chamber and Harry watched them do it with the steady gaze of someone who had said the full truth and did not need to look away from its result. Outside the ministry, at 5:30 in the evening, with the London sky doing something complicated in the west and the Muggle world going by entirely unaware, Harry stood with Sirius and Ron and Hermione and felt the day settle. Ron handed him a chocolate frog from his pocket. Harry took it and ate it in 2 bites. The card's flannel, Ron noted, looking at the other side. Of course it is. At least it's not Dumbledore, Hermione said, and then looked briefly uncertain about whether that was appropriate. It's fine, Harry said. It's genuinely funny. It is a bit, Ron agreed. Sirius was looking at the sky with the expression of a man who had been inside for too long in various ways. He breathed in the evening air with the specific quality of someone who was still getting used to the abundance of it. Harry looked at him. He thought about what came next, the remaining removal sessions, 2 more, and then the full picture of what he actually was. He thought about Voldemort, calculating and patient somewhere in the shadows, unaware that the instrument Dumbledore had built was gone and something else had taken its place. He thought about the ancestral wand in the velvet case in his bag, waiting for a moment that was not yet. He thought about his mother writing, "Be loud when the world wants you to be quiet." What now? Ron asked. Harry looked at the sky. At the city. At the 3 people beside him who were there by actual choice, free and clear and chosen. Now, he said, we get ready. Not for the war that Dumbledore had planned. Not the managed confrontation between a shaped weapon and a Dark Lord, the sacrificial conclusion of a prophecy treated as an instruction manual. Something else. Something that hadn't been possible before this week. A fight on his own terms. Right, said Sirius, and his voice carried the particular warmth of a man who had waited a long time to say this exact word. Then let's go. Chapter 6. The new shape of things. The last 2 removal sessions happened on consecutive mornings in the last week of June, and Harry went into both of them the way he went into most things now, present, specific, not performing anything for anyone's benefit including his own. The 4th session cleared 8 charms from the 3rd layer, and the sensation of their removal was nothing like the earlier sessions. No warmth, no expansion, no sudden volume change. It was more like a long exhale, the kind you didn't know you were holding until it was done, the kind that left your shoulders somewhere they hadn't been in years. Bill worked for 90 minutes and afterwards sat back and looked at his diagnostic chart for a long moment without speaking. What? Harry asked. Your core has stabilized at a level I need to recalibrate my instruments to measure properly, Bill said. My standard chart tops out at a range designed for the upper threshold of established adult practitioners. He made a notation. You've exceeded the top of my chart. Is that a problem? For the chart, yes. For you, Bill looked at him. "How do you feel?" "Like myself," Harry said. "Completely like myself." Bill nodded slowly. "That's the right answer." The fifth session was the next morning, the final 6 charms from the deepest layer, the oldest ones, the infant-era work, roots that had been growing in him since before memory. These were the hardest to remove, not because of pain but because of their age. They had been in him so long they had grown into the structure of his magic the way old tree roots grew into walls. Bill worked carefully, methodically, and each removal was like watching something ancient and unwanted being slowly, completely excavated. When the last one came loose, Harry sat still for a full minute. The silence in his own chest was absolute. Then his magic moved. It moved the way it had always wanted to and never been allowed, with the full range and reach of what he actually was, filling the space inside him the way a tide fills a bay it's been kept from, and there was no anxiety in it and no surprise. It simply arrived, and settled, and became the new normal, and the new normal was extraordinary. Every candle in the room blazed. The diagnostic chart's enchantments shorted out. Bill's tea levitated about 3 inches off the table and stayed there. "Right," Bill said, looking at his floating tea with professional equanimity. "That's that, then." Harry brought the tea down gently. "Sorry." "Don't be." Bill was already making notes, the rapid notation of someone capturing something important. "What you're feeling right now, describe it." Harry thought about it. "Like being at full strength feels like nothing," he said. "It doesn't feel like power, it just feels like me. The way your legs just feel like legs when they're healthy. You don't notice them. You just walk." "Yes," Bill said. "That's it exactly." He put his pen down. "You're done. You're completely done." He looked at Harry across the space between them. "Whatever was suppressed is gone. What you are now is what you've always been." Harry sat with that. "What you are now is what you've always been." He picked up his wand from the bed beside him and turned it over in his fingers. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, warm in the way it always was, but the relationship had changed the way Ollivander had said it would, the resonance different now, fuller. Not a tool he aimed so much as an extension of something that was already happening. He had a decision to make. He went to the grounds that afternoon alone. Not the castle grounds proper, the edges of them, the wide flat stretch near the Quidditch pitch that opened up into the long grass before the forest tree line, where the view was clear in every direction and no one was accidentally close. He told Sirius where he was going and Sirius had understood without needing the explanation. He carried the ancestral wand in its velvet case. He stood in the afternoon sun with the long grass moving around him in the late June warmth and the castle at his back and the forest ahead and the open sky above, and he opened the case. The wand looked old in daylight. Ancient, properly ancient, the dark wood had the quality of things that had been around long enough to stop trying to prove anything. He picked it up. The recognition was immediate and mutual. Ollivander had said it was made for the Potter line, and he understood that now with the bodily certainty of someone being addressed in their native language after years in a foreign one. It fit his hand as though the centuries between its making and this moment were simply the time it had taken to find him. He turned it toward the tree line. He thought of nothing specific, just intent, pure and clean, the simple statement of what he was and what the wand was and the space between his hand and the world. A beam of light crossed the 60 yards to the tree line in an instant and left a clean bright line in the air for 2 seconds before dissipating. It wasn't destructive, it hadn't been meant to be, it was just the simplest expression of I am here and I mean something, and the result was visible and real and precise. He lowered the wand. He stood in the grass and felt the full weight of what he was, and it wasn't a burden. That was the thing. He'd always imagined power as something that pushed down on you, something you staggered under, and this wasn't that at all. It was just present, the way your own body was present, the way the ground under your feet was present. He was here. He was entirely here. And nothing was holding him at 37% of himself. He spent an hour in the field. Not training, not drill repetition, not pushing limits for their own sake. He was exploring, the way you moved around a new room, finding where the walls were. He cast everything he knew and watched what it became through this wand with this core with no suppression running. Shields that were so layered and comprehensive that he tried testing one with a reducto at full strength and the shield didn't register the impact. Summoning charms that worked over distances he'd previously thought were implausible. Transfiguration that was instant and complete and reversible without effort. He cast a Patronus. The stag that emerged was not the standard silver. It was white, the solid, luminous white of something at its maximum expression, and it was large, considerably larger than it had ever been, and it moved with the ease of something that knew its own nature. It ran a circuit of the field and came back to him and stood with its head lowered, warm light coming off it in waves, and Harry looked at it and thought about all the Dementors he'd faced with less than this. He thought, nothing that feeds on despair is going to be a problem anymore. The stag dissipated. He stood in the quiet field. Then he put the ancestral wand back in the case and picked up his holly wand and felt that relationship too, still right, still his, just differently his now that he was all of himself. He'd use both. For different things, for different purposes. The holly wand was a tool he knew and trusted. The ancestral wand was something else, the full statement of what he was when he needed it stated fully. He walked back toward the castle through the long grass. It was Hermione who told him the news. She met him at the castle doors with the expression of someone who had received information and had been metabolizing it rapidly for about 20 minutes. "He's moving," she said. "Where?" "The Midlands. A village called Ottery St. Catchpole, actually, which," she stopped. "That's where the Weasleys live." "Yes. The DMLE got intelligence from one of the Death Eaters taken last week, during the Bones Department sweep following the trial. There's been a roundup of Voldemort's exposed followers, and one of them gave up information to get a reduced sentence. Voldemort is assembling. He's gathering people who weren't named at the trials, building numbers again." She paused. "He made a statement. Through a channel they're still tracing. The DMLE intercepted it." "What did he say?" Hermione reached into her pocket and produced a folded parchment, the kind the DMLE used for interdepartmental communication, which meant Bones had sent it directly to her through the chain they'd established. She unfolded it and read. "The instrument Dumbledore built is broken. The boy is no longer what was intended. I am not displeased." Harry took the parchment and looked at it. He read the last sentence again. "I am not displeased. He thinks I'm damaged," Harry said. "He thinks removing the charms means I'm unstable. Uncontrolled. That I'm no longer capable of the focused opposition Dumbledore was building." He folded the parchment. "He thinks the weapon broke and what's left is better for him." "That's one reading," Hermione said. "It's his reading." Harry looked at the castle doors. "He doesn't know what the charms were doing. He knows I had them, the news is public, but he doesn't know the details. He doesn't know that they were suppressing my capacity, not managing my instability. He thinks Dumbledore was running a control protocol on a chaotic element. He turned this over. He thinks without the control, I'm chaos. Instead of being significantly more capable and entirely free to operate however I choose," Harry said. "Yes." Hermione looked at him. "He's going to make a move soon." "Yes," Harry agreed. "He is." He opened the castle doors. "Good." She looked at his back as he walked in. "You said good again." "It is good," he said over his shoulder. "He's coming to fight the boy Dumbledore built. He's going to find something else." Sirius convened the meeting that evening in a ground-floor classroom that McGonagall had given them unofficial use of for the week. The people present were the ones Harry had chosen, which was itself a new thing, not assigned, not directed, not the result of some higher authority placing these people in his orbit. He'd thought about who he needed and asked them directly, and they'd come. Sirius. Hermione. Ron. Bill, who had stayed at Hogwarts for the final sessions and had apparently developed an opinion about leaving that was influenced by what he could see developing. Tonks, the young Auror from Bones' department who had been involved in the arrest and who had been, quietly, around the periphery of several things over the past 3 weeks with the specific alertness of someone choosing which side to be comprehensively on. Lupin, who had arrived that morning with the quiet self-possession of a man who had heard everything from a distance and needed to stop hearing it from a distance. McGonagall was there. She had accepted the invitation without question and had arrived with a pot of tea and the expression of someone who had reorganized themselves around a new center of gravity and found it more stable than the previous one. Harry stood at the front of the room with no parchment, no notes, nothing prepared. He looked at the people in it. "Voldemort is assembling," he said. The DMLE sweep pulled in about 30 exposed Death Eaters in the 2 weeks since the trial. Most of them were peripheral, followers who'd fled after his first defeat and been living quietly. They weren't much, but they gave information, and some of that information is useful. He paused. He's got a core group. The inner circle that survived his absence, we know some of the names. He's bringing them back together somewhere in the Midlands, and he's been operating on the assumption that the disruption here, he gestured vaguely at everything the gesture encompassed, is good for him. Is he wrong? Tonks asked. She asked it without challenge, with the genuine inquiry of someone who wanted an accurate picture. Yes, Harry said. He's wrong because he's calculating against the version of me that existed 2 months ago. He doesn't know what I am now, and nobody who could tell him is in a position to communicate. He looked at her. Lucius Malfoy was at the trial. He saw me testify. But Malfoy is not going to run to Voldemort with an assessment of my current capabilities, he's too busy calculating what the new landscape means for his own position. What does it mean for his position? Ron asked. He's been operating as a respectable ministry man while keeping one foot in Voldemort's camp. The trial, the Gringotts evidence specifically, has put that calculation under pressure. Bones' department is looking at him. Harry paused. He'll wait. See which way it lands. Malfoys are historically good at waiting. Lupin was watching him from the far end of the table with an expression Harry couldn't easily read, something between professional assessment and the particular emotion that sat underneath it, the kind that came from knowing someone's parents. What's the plan? Sirius asked. We find him first, Harry said. Not reactively. Not waiting for Voldemort to make a move and responding to it. That's how the last war was fought and it didn't end, it just paused. He looked around the room. Bones' department has 40 Aurors fully operational. We have this room's worth of people with specific skills and information that the DMLE doesn't have access to. He paused. I have the complete picture of the prophecy, the complete picture of what Dumbledore's strategy was, and I have the full complement of what I actually am. We use all of that. The prophecy, Lupin said, carefully. You know the full text. I heard it in the graveyard. Trelawney's original, I heard it from a second source that I'm not able to name right now. The full text. He met Lupin's eyes. It says neither can live while the other survives. It says I have a power the Dark Lord knows not. That power is not a specific spell or ability. He looked around the table. It's me. The version of me that Dumbledore spent 14 years preventing from fully existing. Whatever Voldemort is, I am the thing capable of ending it, and I've never been more that thing than I am right now. The room was quiet. So we find him, Hermione said, and her voice had the particular quality of someone running the logic and finding it sound. Before he fully assembles. Before he believes he's ready. While he still thinks the weapon is broken. Yes, Harry said. Where do we start? The intelligence from the sweep said the Midlands. Tonks, he looked at her, what did the DMLE make of the specific location data? Tonks sat forward. She had the quality Harry had noticed in her from the first, quick intelligence running underneath the surface energy, a habit of being more observant than she appeared. 3 of the informants mentioned a location independently, which Bones says is about as reliable as intelligence gets from that source. Abandoned property in Worcestershire, a former wizarding estate that was seized during the First War and never formally redistributed. The wards on it are old enough to predate ministry registration. Can Bones get to it with the Aurors? She's been cautious about moving too fast, Tonks said. Too fast and he scatters, rebuilds somewhere else, and we're back to square one. She wants full intelligence before committing to an approach. Right. Harry turned to Bill. Can you read old wards? The kind that predate ministry registration? Yes, Bill said. Give me the location and 24 hours on site and I can map every ward layer on the property. Then that's the first step, Harry said. Bill goes to Worcestershire. I go with him. Sirius opened his mouth. I go with him, Harry said, before Sirius could produce the objection. Not because I need to prove anything. Because I'm the most capable person in this room at detecting Voldemort's magical signature specifically, we share a wand core, there's a resonance I can follow that no one else can. I'm the best tool for that specific job. He met Sirius's eyes. I'm not going in. I'm going to the perimeter with Bill, we map it, we come back. That's all. Sirius held the eye contact for 3 seconds. Then, I'm coming too. Obviously, Harry said. Ron raised his hand with the slightly theatrical quality of someone who knew raising your hand was unnecessary but found it funny anyway. Am I invited? You're always invited, Harry said. But this specific trip is perimeter work, which means 3 people maximum and low magical footprint. Right, Ron said comfortably. So I'll be here when you get back, having not got killed on the perimeter mission. Ideal, Harry said. Lupin spoke from the far end. Harry. His voice was quiet and had the quality of something that had been held for a while. What you said at the trial. About building a world where what happened to you doesn't happen to anyone else. He paused. When this is over, whatever comes after, the rebuilding, you're going to need people who know what both versions of this war looked like. The first one and this one. He paused again. I want to be one of those people, if you'll have me. Harry looked at him. He'd been looking at Lupin all evening with the clear eyes that had been operating since the removal sessions, and what he saw was the same thing he'd seen when he looked at Snape, a complicated person, someone who had made insufficient choices for complicated reasons, someone who had failed him in specific ways and known it and lived with knowing it. A person carrying something they would have put down if they'd known how. You're already one of those people, Harry said. You have been for a while. You're just allowed to admit it now. Lupin's expression did what it did when the complicated internal thing broke the surface briefly before he could contain it. He nodded once and looked at the table. McGonagall, from her corner with her tea, had the expression of someone watching something she'd needed to see for a long time. Worcestershire in late June was green in the way only the English countryside managed, the specific excessive green of a summer that had been preceded by a wet spring, everything growing with the borderline aggressive enthusiasm of plants that had been cold for too long and were making up for it. The property was called Ridgemoor, according to the land records Bill had pulled the night before. It sat back from a narrow lane behind a line of old oaks that had been grown specifically for concealment. The magical signature of the planting was old, pre-ministry, the kind of deliberate landscape magic that people had done before there were formal regulations about it. It looked, from the lane, like a patch of unusually thick woodland. Nothing suggesting habitation. Harry felt Voldemort's presence before they reached the outer perimeter. Not the Horcrux connection, that had operated through the scar, and while the scar was still there, its function had changed since the removal sessions, the link muted by the absence of the charm architecture that had kept Harry's core artificially resonant with it. What he felt now was the twin wand resonance, the phoenix feather connection, a pull that was directional and specific and told him exactly where the source was with the precision of a compass. He stopped 20 feet from the tree line. He's inside, he said quietly to Sirius and Bill. Definitely inside. The resonance is clear. How far in? Bill said. Center of the property. Quarter-mile, maybe. Bill nodded and took out his own instruments, slim precise tools that looked like a cross between a compass and a measuring device, and began his ward assessment with the methodical care of a man who had made a career out of not touching things that would kill him. He moved slowly along the perimeter, just at the edge of the ward line, reading it the way a doctor read a pulse, information flowing from the thing into the instrument into the mind that knew what to do with it. Harry stood still and let the resonance tell him what it could. The inner circle was present. He could feel the concentration of dark magical signatures, not with any magical sense he'd had before the removal sessions, but with what he could only describe as the extra dimension of awareness that came with a core operating at full capacity. It was like the difference between hearing a room through a closed door and standing in it. The density of what was inside that tree line was significant. "He's got 12, maybe 15 people with him," Harry said. Sirius, beside him, was watching the tree line with his wand loose in his hand. "Any movement?" "Not toward us. He doesn't know we're here." Harry paused. "He's not going to either. He's not at full strength yet, the resonance is, he's building something. A specific working. I can't identify what from here. Can you get the nature of it? What kind of working?" Harry was still for a long moment, very quiet in himself, listening to the way the resonance moved. It was rhythmic. Accumulative. Something being charged over time rather than cast in a moment. "He's building a power base," Harry said. "Layering something. It'll take him days, not hours. He's not ready to move." He took a breath. "Which is exactly what we needed to know." Bill had completed one pass and started a second. At the end of 20 minutes he came back with 3 pages of notation and the expression of someone who had found what he came for. 7 ward layers, he said quietly. "The outer 4 are old, pre-ministry, like I said, but nothing sophisticated by current standards. I can walk through the outer 2 without triggering them, and the inner 2 I can dismantle inside 2 hours. He paused. "The inner 3 layers are new. Recent casting, this month. And one of them," he looked at his notation, "one of them is specifically designed to detect a magical signature matching yours, Harry. It's keyed to you." "He's expecting me to come here," Harry said. "He's expecting you to come here reactively," Sirius said. "Drawn in by the news of where he is, riding a predictable response. He'd be ready for that. Instead we're on the perimeter taking notes," Harry said. "Right." He looked at the tree line once more. The resonance hummed in the background of him, the familiar twin quality of it, the phoenix feather in Voldemort's wand answering the one in his own. He thought about what Ollivander had said. "The first time you use it, do so somewhere very open." He looked at the open field behind him. "I want to test something." "Harry, not at him. Not toward him." He turned to face away from the property, toward the open field they'd crossed coming in. "I want to know if I can work at full capacity with the ancestral wand and maintain a magical footprint small enough that he won't detect it through his ward keying." Sirius and Bill exchanged a glance. "That's a reasonable test," Bill said. Harry took out the velvet case and opened it. He picked up the ancestral wand and felt the recognition move through him again, immediate and mutual. He turned toward the open field, away from any ward he might inadvertently trip, and thought about what a small and precise working felt like. He cast Muffliato at a target about 30 yards away, not with effort, not with the old sensation of reaching for power, but with the easy natural motion of someone doing something they were very good at. The spell materialized precisely on the target, contained, specific, no splash or overflow. He checked the resonance from the property. No change. No alert. The ward keying to his signature hadn't registered it. "It's clean," he said. "He can't detect me when I'm running precise intentional work. His ward is keyed to the signature of reactive, emotionally driven magic, the kind a frightened 14-year-old would produce coming in hot." He paused. "Not this." Bill stared at him for a moment. "You separated your magical signature based on intent," he said. That is, I've read about that. Theoretically. In pre-ministry texts. I didn't think about it, Harry said honestly. I just did what felt right. That's what prodigy-level magic looks like from the outside, Bill said. You stop thinking about it and it starts thinking about itself. Harry put the ancestral wand away and took out his holly wand. He looked at the tree line once more and committed the resonance signature to memory, the specific quality of Voldemort's assembled dark magic, the rhythm of the working he was building, the locations of the 12 to 15 inner circle members. He held all of it with the full capacity of a mind that was no longer managing itself against its own current. Let's go, he said. We have everything we came for. They were back at Hogwarts by early evening. The meeting reconvened immediately, and Harry laid out what they'd found with the same clear precision he brought to everything now. The ward structure. The inner circle numbers. The working Voldemort was building. The timeline, which Bill confirmed at 3 to 5 days for the working to complete. Then we have 3 to 5 days, Hermione said. She was at the board with chalk, the instinctive move of someone who processed information by writing it. Bones needs to know today. I'll contact her tonight, Tonks said, already reaching for parchment. The ward layers Bill identified, the 4 old outer ones, the 2 he can dismantle, and the 3 inner ones. The inner 3 have the keying to Harry. Hermione was writing. If we take out the outer layers quietly, we solve the detection problem. We go in without triggering the alarm. With what force? Lupin asked. Bones can commit 10 aurors, Tonks said. She's been holding them in reserve. If the intelligence is solid, she'll move. The intelligence is solid, Harry said. I was there. That's what I'll tell her, Tonks said simply. The inner circle, Sirius said. 12 to 15 people. Not all of them will be taken peacefully. No, Harry agreed. They won't. He looked around the table. The outer Auror team handles the perimeter. Bill and Tonks on the wards. Sirius with the inner perimeter team. He paused. I go in. You go in, Sirius said. I go in, and I find Voldemort, and I end this. He said it without drama. Without the swelling music of a declaration. He said it the way you said the thing that was simply true. Not a battle of attrition. Not a prolonged campaign. He's not at full strength, his working is incomplete, he doesn't know what I am, and I have a 3 to 5 day window. I use it. The room was quiet. The prophecy, Lupin said. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry said. He can't live in a world I'm alive in, and I can't fully live in a world he's still operating in. That's the actual content of it. He paused. It's not telling me I'm fated to die fighting him. It's describing the dynamic. One of us changes the situation. I intend for that to be me. McGonagall set her tea down. Harry, she said. I know, he said. I know what I'm saying and I know what it means and I'm not being reckless, I'm being strategic. His timeline benefits him. Everything he does from this moment forward is rebuilding strength. Every day I wait is a day he gets stronger. He looked at her. I have a window and I am going to use it. She looked at him for a long time. The expression on her face was the one he'd been seeing more often from the adults who knew him best, the complicated one, the I understand and I am not going to pretend I don't one. Be careful, she said. Not because I think you can't do this. Because I want to have you back in September to sort out that academic reassessment. Ron laughed, sudden and genuine, and the table's tension broke into something more human and manageable. I'll be there, Harry said. I have unfinished arguments with Hermione. Several, she said, and her voice was steady and her eyes were bright. 2 days later. The approach to Ridgemoor was through the same lane at 3 in the morning, under a sky that was clear and deep blue-black and full of stars, with the long English summer night at its darkest point just before the earliest grey of pre-dawn. 10 Aurors in the outer perimeter, positioned where Tonks had placed them with the quiet efficiency of someone who had done this training specifically and had also discovered over the past weeks that she was very good at it. Bill on the wards, moving with the practiced ease of someone who had been dismantling traps in Egyptian darkness for years and found English countryside relatively cooperative. Sirius at Harry's left shoulder, which was where he'd positioned himself and where he was staying, and Harry had not objected. The outer 4 wards came down in 20 minutes. Bill moved to the inner 2 with a different set of instruments. Harry stood at the edge of the tree line and felt the resonance. Still there. Still building. The working was further advanced than 3 days ago, the rhythm of it faster, more layered, closer to completion. But not complete. He had maybe 12 hours before it finished, and he had right now. He felt something else too. Voldemort was awake. Not alert to the approach, there was nothing in the resonance that read as alarm, but awake. The specific quality of a mind engaged with its own working, concentrated on the task. The phoenix feather resonance gave Harry a read on Voldemort's current state that was genuinely useful, focused, confident, operating with the particular assurance of someone who believed they had time and advantage. He had time. He had no advantage. He didn't know that yet. Bill finished the inner 2 wards. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at the tree line. He picked up the ancestral wand in his right hand and his holly wand in his left. "Ready," he said. The interior of the property was large and ruined in the way of old wizarding estates, not decrepit so much as deliberately emptied, stripped of everything except function. The main building was an ancient house that had been impressive once and was now impressive only in the sense that it was still standing. The working Voldemort had been building was centered in the main hall. Harry moved through the outer rooms without sound. Not invisibility, he hadn't needed the cloak, hadn't brought it. He moved with the specific magic of someone who could render themselves effectively invisible to most magical detection by simply choosing, precisely and intentionally, to produce no detectable signature at all. Voldemort's wards were keyed to emotional reactive magic. Harry was neither emotional nor reactive. He was simply present and purposeful and entirely not where Voldemort's detection architecture was pointed. He heard the inner circle before he reached the hall. 4 of them in the outer corridor, stationed as guards, which told him they were expecting the attack from the outside rather than the inside. He walked past 2 of them in the dark and cast 2 simultaneous precise stunning charms at the last 2 and caught both bodies before they could make a sound. He reached the door of the main hall. He opened it. The hall was large, stone-floored, lit by a cold blue-white light that was the byproduct of the working, energy accumulating in the air, building toward the completion that was hours away. The remaining inner circle members were positioned around the perimeter, 11 of them, faces Harry knew from 3 years of Auror intelligence files that Tonks had quietly shared, Death Eaters who had never been arrested or had been acquitted on claims of coercion. They registered his arrival with exactly the sequence he'd expected: shock, disbelief, the rapid recalculation of people confronting something outside their framework. Voldemort was at the center of the working. He turned. He looked at Harry with the red eyes that had no human origin, the face that had never finished becoming what it was supposed to be, the particular quality of a presence that had made itself frightening for so long it had forgotten what it was like not to be. He looked at Harry and his expression was the one Harry had last seen in the graveyard, that gloating certainty, the pleasure of a predator who believed it had outmaneuvered its prey. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "You've saved me the effort of finding you." "I've noticed you make that mistake," Harry said. "Assuming that when I come to you, it's because I didn't have a choice." Voldemort's expression shifted fractionally. Recalibrating. Reading Harry the way someone read a situation they'd confidently assessed and were now finding had more dimensions than they'd accounted for. "Dumbledore's work is undone," Voldemort said. "What are you without his management, boy? Uncontrolled. Directionless. A powerful engine with no." Harry had already raised the ancestral wand. Not with anger, not with fear, not with the reactive emotionality that Voldemort's provocation was designed to generate. With the clean cold precision of someone who had listened to the full argument and found it unpersuasive. The working he cast was not a single spell, it was a constructed sequence, a layered magical operation that Bill had helped him understand and that his fully operational core had then refined into something his hands could execute, dismantling the accumulated energy of Voldemort's 3-day working and turning it back on its point of origin. Voldemort cast his counter in the instant before impact. The collision of the two magics was not what Harry had experienced in the graveyard. In the graveyard, Priori Incantatem had connected two wands with the same core and the result had been a bridge, neither side able to fully act. This was different. The twin wand resonance was present but Harry was not meeting it the same way. He was operating through the ancestral wand now, a wand that had no corresponding twin, no magical kinship with Voldemort's instrument, and the difference was that there was no equilibrium point to lock onto. Voldemort pushed and Harry's working absorbed it and redirected it and Voldemort pushed harder and the redirection became acceleration. The inner circle moved. Harry's shield was up before any of them had finished deciding to move, the aura-level shield that had held a full reducto, extended now to cover the full volume of the room, and the 3 simultaneous spells that hit it from 3 different angles did not penetrate. He held the shield with his Holly wand and kept the working running with the ancestral wand and maintained both without the effort that should have required, because effort was what it had felt like at 37% capacity and this was not that. Voldemort's expression had lost the certainty. The working Harry had constructed reached its conclusion. It wasn't dramatic. That was the thing about magic at this level, it didn't need theater because it was sufficient in itself. The working completed, the accumulated energy of Voldemort's 3-day construction collapsed inward on its source, and Voldemort's counter collapsed with it, and what followed was the quiet absolute resolution of something very old being irrevocably finished. It took perhaps 30 seconds. When it was done the hall was still. The inner circle were unconscious or contained, the Aurors had come through the windows in the last minutes, Tonks and 2 others, and had managed the perimeter members while Harry had managed the center. Sirius was in the doorway with the expression of someone who had forced himself to hold position because he knew Harry had it and who was nonetheless approximately 10% away from not being able to do that. Harry stood in the center of the hall. He lowered the ancestral wand. He stood in the quiet and let the moment be what it was, not triumphant, not exhausted, just complete. The way a thing felt when it was the right size for what it needed to be. Tonks appeared at his shoulder. She looked at the center of the room and then at Harry and her expression went through several things rapidly. "Is it?" she started. "Yes," Harry said. She breathed. "I'll call Bones. Tell her the inner circle is contained. All 11. He looked around the hall. "Tell her the working is destroyed and won't be reconstructed." "And Voldemort?" Harry looked at the center of the room. "Tell her the threat has been resolved," he said. "Permanently." Tonks nodded and moved away to make the contact. Sirius crossed the room in 3 steps and stopped in front of Harry and looked at him with an expression that was completely unguarded in the way that only happened when a person had spent 4 seconds being absolutely certain they were about to lose something irreplaceable and then found out they weren't. Harry looked back at him. "I told you I'd be fine." "You did," Sirius said. His voice was not entirely steady. "You were extremely convincing." "I meant it." "I know you did." He put his hand on the back of Harry's neck briefly, the same gesture as the hospital wing, the same weight and warmth. James would have done something unbearably smug right now. "I'm aware," Harry said. "I'm being restrained." Sirius laughed. It was the laugh of a man who had spent 13 years not having things to laugh about and was still learning what it felt like to have them. Harry heard it in the quiet hall, in the settling aftermath of the thing that was finished, and filed it in the same place he'd filed Sirius stepping into sunlight on a Tuesday afternoon. The place where the things that were finally, actually, irrevocably good lived. By morning the news had broken entirely and the owls had started again and the wizarding world was in the specific state of chaos that preceded the new order of things. Harry was at breakfast in the great hall, back at the Gryffindor table, in his usual seat, with Ron beside him and Hermione across, and the noise of several hundred students processing the events of the night through the compressed urgent vocabulary of adolescence in the middle of history. The prophet had a single-word headline and nothing else, which was unprecedented but correct: over. He ate toast. Ron was reading the prophet's inside pages and relaying information at intervals. Hermione had a scroll of notes going that was clearly intended to become an action list for whatever came next and was already half a page long. Neville stopped by on his way to his seat and looked at Harry and said, "My grandmother wants to write to you. She says she has about 15 years of misgivings about Dumbledore and also several things she'd like to say about institutional trust." "Tell her she's welcome to write," Harry said. Neville nodded and moved on with the equanimity of someone who had grown up in a household that had been waiting for things to be different and had simply accepted that this was now the time. Luna drifted past and paused behind Harry's shoulder. "The Raxburts have gone," she said approvingly. He turned to look at her. "All of them?" She studied him with her large pale eyes. "Entirely," she said. "You're very clear. It's quite nice." She drifted on. McGonagall appeared at the head of the great hall with the bearing of someone who had a school to run and intended to run it, but who was allowing this particular morning an extra 15 minutes of not being strictly structured. Harry looked at the table. At Ron eating toast with the solid comfortable presence that was his particular gift to any room. At Hermione's scroll of notes that would become the backbone of whatever they built next. At the hall full of students who were here, and alive, and part of the world that was now, for the first time in a very long time, not under the shadow it had been under. He thought about his mother's letter. Be loud when the world wants you to be quiet. He thought about his father's letter. There is no ceiling for what you can do if you stop accepting the ones other people build for you. He thought about 28 compulsion charms, all removed, and the room they'd occupied in him now filled with himself. He thought about what Sirius had asked, "What do you want?" He picked up his tea. "Hermione," he said. She looked up from her scroll. "The action list," he said. "Number 1 should be the legislative proposal to Bones for mandatory magical diagnostics on minors. Standardized, comprehensive, the full scan version." She wrote it down immediately. Timeline. Before the Wizengamot reconvenes. They'll be in a reconfiguration mood, and reconfiguration moods are the best time to introduce significant change. He paused. Number 2, the educational reform proposal for Hogwarts. I want McGonagall to have a formal framework for the academic reassessment process, not just for me, for anyone whose records show the kind of discrepancy she found in mine. That's going to require a working group, Hermione said. Build one, Harry said. She wrote that down too, with the expression of someone who had been waiting for years to be told to build something and was entirely ready. Number 3, Ron said, from behind the prophet, is probably breakfast. The world was saved approximately 4 hours ago and you've had half a piece of toast. Harry looked at his plate. He picked up another piece of toast and ate it. Better, Ron said. Outside the great hall's enchanted ceiling, the sky was doing what the Scottish summer sky did when it decided to be straightforwardly beautiful, wide and blue and unhesitating. The light through the windows was clear and warm and fell across the Gryffindor table in long stripes, catching the dust in the air and the steam from the tea and the small particular details of an ordinary morning in a castle that had seen enough extraordinary ones. Harry sat in it. He sat in the ordinary morning, in the wide June light, in the school that was his and the friendships that were his and the self that was finally, completely, without qualification his. He was 14 years old. He had 4 years left at Hogwarts. He had a world to help rebuild. He had Sirius, who was arriving in the great hall now with the look of a man who had slept for 3 hours and considered those 3 hours the best sleep of his adult life. He had Hermione and her scroll and her absolute refusal to let the pace of change be anything less than what the situation called for. He had Ron and his toast and the specific steady warmth of someone who showed up every single time, without exception, without calculation, without needing to be asked. He had himself. For the first time, fully and without reservation. He had himself. And it turned out, more than enough.